It's a regional rivalry renewed as the number 20 Winston-Salem State Rams pay a visit to Pembroke, North Carolina, the home of the UNCP Braves. London Guarantee Bank Field at Grace P. Johnson Stadium is the site of our season opener. The lights are on, the stadium is filling up, and it's finally time to play some football. So glad you could join us. With Joe Vasile, I'm Cameron Songer, and Joe, this should be a really interesting matchup and a very great atmosphere. Now, you're looking at a couple of teams that had very different seasons last year, both came in with high expectations. Winston-Salem State enters this year ranked number 20 in the country, coming off with a 9-2 record last year, made it all the way to the CIAA finals before losing in the last minute to Virginia State. UNCP, though, not such a great year last year, just a 2-8 record, one of the worst records in program history, but looking to bounce back this year with a little bit of rejuvenated offense under the quarterback. Yeah, O'Brien is a transfer, sat out last year from UNC Charlotte, where he only had 2 passes in 2013. Also had just 1 carry, so he's a little bit of an unproven commodity. But on the other side, the Rams are also dealing with replacing 2 senior quarterbacks from last year. It'll be a new look for them under center as well. Yeah, that's right. Last year they went with a little bit of a 2-quarterback look with Phil Sims and Luke Johnson.
Actually, right now is with the Arizona Cardinals still in their training game. It's going to start in their final preseason game. Replacing him is going to be a redshirt freshman transfer from Gardner Webb, Rod Simpson Jr., who didn't play at all last year at Gardner Webb, and actually they tried to convert him into a wide receiver. He's now back at his quarterback position, but he played a lot of it in high school, and so a little bit more comfortable there adjusting to pro-style offense that Winston-Salem State runs. And so a little bit of a transition for them as well. Out of the 22 starters that they had last year, 18 of them are new, including all 11 on the defensive side. 11 new defensive starters. That's the Braves don't really have a lot of film to go off of in terms of going to prepare for. However, the Rams last year defensively, they were pretty much outstanding. They allowed opponents just 275 yards per game. It's about 100 on the ground, about 171 through the air. However, just 8 interceptions defensively. They did sack the quarterback 23 times. They gave up under 14 points per game, and then on offense, scored about 35 points. So, on average last year, they won games by about 2 points. They did an excellent job of outscoring their opponents last year. 147, including a 38-7 victory over UNCP last year in the season opener up in Winston-Salem. And then this year, UNCP at least beat a Richardson things play out a little bit different than last year. Yeah, the game between Winston-Salem and UNCP last year, what the Braves probably wanted for returner on defense for the Rams is defensive line Michael Bluefield. He led the team with 8 sacks on the defensive end spot a year ago and got his second-team all-conference honors for the Rams. He could be wreaking havoc in the backfield of the Braves all day. We're watching him number 40 on the defensive end spot. And certainly, Bluefield is the guy on defense for Winston-Salem State. Like I said, the guy who's their top 10 tackles that they're returning for this year. But also, you mentioned on the special teams side, once the kicker, both Will Johnson and the punter last year, assuming the kicker duties as well. He was a preseason All-American. He is without a doubt one of the best special teamers in, quite frankly, all of Division II. So you lose a little bit and you gain some with Johnson. Not a big drop-off. Quite frankly, possibly handled the long field goals last year. It was 3 of 5 with 2 blocked field goals in that 40 to 49 yard range. That was going to be getting from. Offensively for the Braves, we talked a little bit about the new starting quarterback, Patrick O'Brien. He beat out the incumbent, Reggie Henry, the guy who actually got snapped last year as a freshman. And you will see him in a backup role. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw him get some snaps in this game, but it is Patrick O'Brien's job to start this game. He has some weapons around him, including E.J. Bunt, Jr. from Wilmington, North Carolina, who's top returning receiver, who had 402 yards receiving last year as a sophomore, 572 yards in that very successful 2013 campaign for the Braves. He's back in his third year in a Braves uniform, and he's probably going to be the top target when the Braves wear it out. And E.J. Bunt, but also keep your eye on John Rich on the other side of things as Bunt starts to get more of the attention from the defenses. That could open up some big for number 18 on the other side as well. Other starting receiver for the Braves for Jojo Smith, who just transferred out of NC State. He had just 3 receptions last year, but that's an FCS program. And I think that we'll keep an eye on in this game is the transfers coming in from both sides. North Carolina transfers abound for the Rams. 2 on the starting defense, plus a guy from Memphis on the starting defensive line. We'll see if that pedigree in terms of where guys started their college careers have a big impact in this game. Time to take a break here on the Braves pregame show. We'll be back in 60 seconds. You're listening to UNCP Braves Football. Braves Football.
Did you know that all young men must register? The University of North Carolina at Pembroke was founded in 1887 by American Indians to provide education to the local community to ensure a pathway to success. Today, we're part of the world-renowned University of North Carolina system, but the spirit of our founding still guides us. Our strong academics are exemplified by standout programs in education, athletic training, business, and nursing, and by students working with professors on groundbreaking research. Explore the brave spirit today. At the University of North Carolina at Pembroke, our student athletes find balance between their academic and athletic activities. With graduation rates higher than the national average, our athletes excel in academics and have won the Peach Belt Conference President's Academic Award twice in the last 4 years. Since 2009, 43 athletes have been named NCAA All-Americans, and last year, 40 made All-Conference. Catch their winning spirit and support the Braves. History goes back just to more than just 2 years. In fact, this is the sixth meeting between the two teams as the Rams hold an all-time lead 4-1 in the series. One Braves victory came right here at the stadium. The last time these two teams played, 2002. The Rams came into the game. It was the season opener. They came in ranked number 5, and the Braves pulled the upset 25-21. But last year it was all Rams as they dominated both ends of the field, winning 38-7. We alluded to it a little bit earlier, but really the Braves just struggled in that game. In that game, the Rams led 21-0 after the first quarter. They never looked back. The Braves 99 passing yards, 47 ball over. They turned the ball over 3 times. Hopefully in this one, we'll see a closer game. And I think it certainly should shape up to be that way. Not only with Winston-Salem being as good as they were last year, but also seeing improvements made on the UNCP offense. Just kind of getting a little bit better overall in terms of that. I think we're going to go back to tightly contested game as we've seen in the past. A special treat here at UNCP Field as we're watching parachuters onto the field. Salute to the military and Armed Forces Day at UNCP. How cool it is to watch these guys come parachuting onto midfield. Special treat. This atmosphere continues to pick up. File into the studio. It just feels like it's going to be a great day to watch some college. It certainly is. The atmosphere here at the stadium, as we said a little bit earlier on the pregame show, absolutely electric. Winston-Salem State traveling a nice contingent of fans here today. From both sides, a lot of energy. Everyone's really excited. Now as the parachutes off and announce the starting lineup. So really should get that classic college football atmosphere. It's one of those signs that fall is among us. This is a game that they've been talking about around for a long time. Since this matchup was announced, obviously a little quarterback controversy of the battle between Patrick O'Brien and Reggie. Who was going to get that starting announced? It was announced that it would be O'Brien earlier this week, I suppose. But the Thursday night special, especially the opening week of college football. We've waited all summer for the teams to finally get out. It seems clear to make Saturday, so on Thursday. Labor Day weekend, preseason NFL. Everyone really wants to watch that. All about college football this weekend. I love it. Fans love it. Fans are on their feet. They are on their feet, ready to welcome the Braves onto the field. Certainly ours. Get everything ready. To tunnel through the tunnels. It looks like the both sides getting ready to head out to midfield. Coin toss. We're minutes away. Is it 4 minutes? Over 4 minutes. Scoreboard left on the scoreboard. We're about to get things going. And a little bit off topic. I have to ask you. A lot of teams. Cameron will like to always receive or always pick away when they win. What's your favorite strategy? My strategy of preference is always to put your defense on the field. As a head coach, you have to have faith in your defense. You have to trust in what they're able to do and set a tone, especially at home. The Braves should believe that they can come in and stop anybody who comes to their stadium, and that's got to be the case here. So I think if Winston-Salem, which they get to call the toss, goes the Braves way. I think you put your defense on the field. It also works the same way if you're the visiting team and you win the toss. There is so much college football is so much a game about the visiting team. If you're the visiting team, you come in, we're going to put our defense on the field. You go ahead and try. Bring your offense. Stop you. We're going to stop you. And then when we finally get the ball, we're going to score. It's about swagger. And you can have that. And when you can have that, it's believing that you can set a tone. Plus, there's also the advantage of getting to start with the ball a little bit more. We know a little bit more about the way the game is going. Certainly, and so we'll see what the captain Extreme will do. For UNCP, today's game will be the quarterback catch. John Rich at wide receiver. So we didn't really talk about that much. A returner on defense, captain as Mike, a defensive lineman. Today's Marcel Cady Jr., Ron Tinson, both on offense, Michael Bloomfield, the defensive line, Will Jones, special teams extraordinaire for the Rams. And in contrast to the way the Braves charging out of the tunnel, the Rams not getting ready to take a very slow, deliberate walk, had a set up a walkway for the Rams, take the outside of where the UNCP band was. They didn't like that so much. They decided to walk right into the end zone in the middle of the end zone, charging right past the UNCP Braves, evacuating the field. But a little bit of a statement here by the Rams, that we don't care so much for the pageantry going on here in the sun is setting right in our eyes, the captain's coming out onto the field, coin toss coming right up. As the field clearing off the band, and the cheerleaders and the flaggers, all the field photographers leaving the field as well, very close to getting to kick this one off. And you talk about the statement made there by Winston-Salem State. I really excited the guys. It's a lot of confidence that they've got coming into this. Even though they're on the road, they're lost still enemy territory. The last time they played here was victory here at UNCP. Confident in going out there. I kind of like that attitude. Any football team, especially when you're opening up your season with a lot of question marks the way the Rams are. So here is the point toss. Put it up in the air. Try to tell you what's going on there. As the coin's been tossed. It looks like the Braves have won the toss and elected to return. Winston-Salem State will start with the ball. And it looks like teams are going to shake hands. The Braves will be from right to left. And we are just moments away from the two college football season starting. I am fired up, Joe. I don't know about you. I'm ready to go. Certainly, like you were saying, all summer for this national championship game at AT&T Stadium, wrapped up back in January. Is going into this college football season of 2015, especially here in Pembroke, North Carolina. A chance to get that bad taste from 2014 out of the Braves' mouth and start anew, a fresh start. And certainly everybody here is looking forward to it. We're both looking forward to it. And now it's just a matter of minutes. We will take a quick break here. We'll be back in 30 seconds, and the Braves will be kicking off when we...
At the University of North Carolina at Pembroke, our student athletes find balance between their academic and athletic activities. With graduation rates higher than the national average, our athletes excel in academics and have won the Peach Belt Conference President's Academic Award twice in the last 4 years. Since 2009, 43 athletes have been named NCAA All-Americans, and last year, 40 made All-Conference. Catch their winning spirit and support the Braves.
Rams are on the field ready to return this kick.
It looks like number
21 and number 20 would be the kick returners for the Winston-Salem State Rams. That's Malik Mosley and...
I don't see a number
21 on their roster.
That's a fun...
It's just, when we were provided with the depth chart, the 2 deep for this game, Winston-Salem State didn't feel like telling us who they were going to put out there for kick returns.
And they're
still keeping it a mystery, as I don't see a number 21 on their roster, but he is in the end zone, ready to return a kick. So
we see number 20
Mosley and mystery man number 21
ready to return the
kick.
UNCP
kicking off.
It's number 3 Matt Davis.
Number 3 Matt Davis putting it in the air, and we are underway.
At the goal line.
Fielded at the goal line by 21. He takes it up towards the middle. He breaks left. He high steps, and he is finally taken down by number 24 Kendall Jacobs on the left hash at the 25-yard line. That's where the Rams will take over, 1st and 10. And we will get our first look at Rod Tinsley Jr., the starting quarterback for the Rams. The rest of their projected starting lineup: Tyree Massey at running back. The wide receivers: Trey Foggy, Marcel Caver Jr., and Rashawn Williams. And across the line from left to right: Jacquay Polite, Tevin Clemens, Josh Wormley, the center, Tim Samuels at right guard, and Donald Reed at right guard.
Also see
a tight end, number 86, Anthony Rook, in the formation. Starting out under center is Tinsley, and he will take the handoff, rolls to his left, short throw to the left, and pushed out of bounds is Rook, and also was out gain of about 7, and the Rams with a nice first play. The tight ends are a big part of the passing offense for Winston-Salem State, so the tight end Anthony Rook getting the reception. very first play, and it was good to see a nice little play fake that time from Rod Tinsley.
Second down
And about 6, so he was pushed out early on that play.
It'll be a
motion man moving from right to left. It's the fullback, a handoff left and charging into the middle, and no gain there. That was number 5, Tyree Massey on the handoff, and he got stuffed. Massey was the leading rusher last year for Winston-Salem State. Had 6 touchdowns on the ground, 402 yards overall.
So third down
and 5 for the Rams from their own 30-yard line. The center of the field, a little bit off to the left side. And in a under center formation is Tinsley. 2 receivers to his right and 2 tight ends to the left.
Motion man.
Number 46 Goodson. They will roll the pocket to the right, a flat throw to the right flat complete, and getting out of bounds at the 40-yard line is number 11, Marcel Caver. It's a first down for the Rams as they convert on 3rd and 5.
So we've seen so far, at least on these first 3 plays, that Rod Tinsley Jr. with a good ability to roll out of the pocket, seems very comfortable throwing on the run that time. Delivered a good pass to Marcel Caver.
So first and 10
for the Rams as we get rolling once again.
Under center
is number 14, Tinsley.
He motions the man
to the left. It's Williams.
Rolling to the left, and
the quarterback rolls left. Here's a throw up towards the middle, complete into Braves territory. A leaping catch for a first down for the Rams. They convert on 1st and 10. And they move the chains once again. It's Caver Jr. for the 2nd straight time. He has 2 receptions for 2 first downs.
Good job that time.
They lined Caver up in the slot, and he was able to sit in and find a good hole in the
UNCP and pick up a 2nd consecutive first down. He's lining up in the slot here again to the near side right of the formation.
1st and 10, a running back and a fullback in the formation, and it's a roll to the right. Tackled as he throws, and the throw goes out of bounds. Good pressure there on defense by Carlos Manning, the redshirt freshman linebacker for the Braves. And that gives us a chance to talk about the Braves' defensive alignment. Mike Keck, Ed Hopper, Marquin Hill, and Tyler Hinton across the defensive line. And the linebackers, Garrett Barnett, Elijah Williams, and Carlos Manning. And in the defensive secondary, Mike Lawrence and Matt Thomas are your cornerbacks. And at safety, Kendall Jacobs and Tyreek Holloway. 2nd and 10 for the Rams. 12:50 on the game clock as they face 2nd and 10 from the Braves' 45-yard line. Left hash, 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, and it's a pitch play to the left. It goes to Massey. He has a little bit of space to work with. He plows forward for a gain of about 6 down to the 39-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 4.
We've seen a pretty good run-pass balance out of Winston-Salem State thus far in this game after they were a very run-heavy team last year. Good running that time by Massey on the pitch out off tackle to the left.
So a player comes out of the game for the Braves. It's number 42, Garrett Barnett. His helmet had come off, so he needs to leave for 1 play by rule. 3rd and 4 from the Braves' 39-yard line. 12:30 to go. No score in this one in the first quarter. Rams on the first offensive drive of the season. Braves showing blitz. They back off. And a draw play. Massey runs into his own line, and he gets stuffed. That's a gain of about 1. That's definitely short of the first down. Flag down on the play near the 50-yard line, as it looks like that was the Rams, number 66, Donald Reed, the right tackle, who was way back. And let's see what the call is. That was way back behind the line of scrimmage, and that might have been a late hit on somebody on the Braves defense.
Yeah, it looked like Reed that time got tangled up with Brian Staten on defense for UNCP. A flag came in. Reed lost a helmet on the play as well. And this is going to be a penalty against UNCP.
A personal foul against the Braves, so they give away 15 yards there. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Rams. And they are just marching right down the field here on this opening drive of the 2015 season. They will have 1st and 10 from the Braves' 24-yard line. Coming in, trying to score the opening touchdown of the season. 12:14 on the game clock. And the Braves certainly want to tighten up the defense in the red zone as the Rams inch closer to taking the early lead. Tinsley under center, motions a man across to the right side. It's Caver. Quick screen pass, a bubble screen to Caver. He leaps one tackler, cuts back inside. He's down at the 20-yard line. A hard tackle there. Leading the charge was Elijah Williams.
Yeah, I like the play on defense by Mike Lawrence. He read the bubble screen well and tried to get in, though, a little bit too low and make that tackle on Caver, who was able to just leapfrog right over him and pick up 5 yards.
2nd and 5 from the 19-yard line as the Rams are working from the right hash. Under center is Tinsley once again. Behind him is Massey, no fullback in the formation, and 3 receivers to the left. Braves appear to be in zone. The motion man comes from left to right. It's Caver, and now he comes back. Handoff up the middle. Massey tripped up. He falls forward for a gain of about 2, and it'll bring up a 3rd and short situation for the Rams. So the ball will be spotted on the 17-yard line, 3rd and 3. Braves looking to step up and make a stop here. The Braves on the sideline, on the bench, trying to urge the crowd to get into it. But so far, not a lot to cheer about if you're a Braves fan in this one. Stepping back in is Tinsley. He has a heavy set here. Tight ends on either side, just 2 receivers. Pitch play to the right. Massey has a little bit of space, breaks across the 15 down to the 12. He's tackled for a 1st down. Another 3rd down conversion by the Winston-Salem State Rams.
And it seems like the Rams are just able to move the ball at will on this first drive against the Braves, and it's going to need to see what kind of adjustments are made defensively after this first drive, because right now things are not going according to plan for UNC.
Sub comes in at running back for the Rams. It's number 20, Malik Mosley. We also saw him on the kickoff formation. He will be the only back in the backfield. Number 86, Anthony Rook, the tight end, also checks in as the Rams substitute without huddling up, kind of forcing the Braves to play reactive on defense. 3 on the play clock. They've got to get this one off, and it looks like the play clock has expired. Was there a timeout first? There was. Timeout Rams, 10:08 to go in the first quarter. 1st and 10 from the Braves' 12-yard line. We're going to take a 30-second timeout. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for a career that is both rewarding and has growth potential? Have you considered accounting? The Bureau of Labor Statistics estimates that employment opportunities for accountants will increase by 22% over the next 10 years. For general information about becoming an accountant, visit www.startheregoplaces.com and then call 910-521-6214 to learn more about the accounting program at the University of North Carolina at Pembroke.
Back here at Grace P. Johnson Stadium in Pembroke, North Carolina. No score in this one. 10:08 to go in the first quarter as the Rams have taken the opening possession, marched right down the field. They have 1st and 10 from the Braves' 12-yard line as the Braves looking to get the stop and then get their first possession of the season underway. They've got to get off the field first, Joe.
And this will be the 10th play of the drive already for Winston-Salem State. Not quite 5 minutes gone in this first quarter.
Tinsley under center. He will fake the handoff, roll to his left. He's got some space, throws short to Rook in the left flat. He turns the corner. He reaches for the end zone, and he's in. Touchdown, Winston-Salem State. Number 86, Anthony Rook on the 12-yard pass. It's 6-0 Winston-Salem State.
And a good job once again, as we saw that entire drive, Rod Tinsley rolling out of the pocket and throwing on the run and finding his tight end, Anthony Rook, for the 2nd time on the drive. And this one, like you said, for 12 yards and a touchdown to put Winston-Salem State up early in this one.
And that was a great play call, if you ask me. Everyone on the Braves defense was thinking run. They snuck the tight end out to the left flat on the play fake to the run right, and he waltzed in for the touchdown. On for the extra points, number 47, Will Johnson. He will act as both the kicker and punter for the Rams tonight. The snap is down, the kick is up, and it is good. The extra point tacked on by Will Johnson, and with 10:03 to go in the first quarter, it's 7-0 Winston-Salem State. We'll pause for a 60-second timeout. You're listening to UNCP Braves Football.
When I came to UNC Pembroke, I kind of fit in and realized that this place is right for me.
They want you to figure out what you're good at and what kind of job can you actually get with whatever you're good at.
arts and sciences at UNCP.
Rams scored the first touchdown of the season. It's 7-0 Winston-Salem State. They are ready to kick off. Will Johnson has the ball down. He is ready to kick back deep to return for the Braves. It's number 29, Teron Huffman, and number 4, JoJo Spann. Joe, what'd you see out of that drive from Winston-Salem State?
Well, I think you saw a good balance between not only running the ball and passing the ball, but good efficiency by Rod Tinsley. 4 of 5 for 41 yards and a touchdown in his first start at quarterback. Learned the pro-style offense, worked a lot out of the shotgun in high school. Not really familiar with working under center. Seems to be adjusting just fine through the first 5 minutes of his college career.
Yeah, the redshirt freshman, a transfer from Gardner-Webb, making his first college start. You wouldn't know it by the way he played there. Kick is off. It's a low one, and it's spiraling towards the left corner, fielded by Huffman. He'll try to take it up the near sideline. He tiptoes the sideline. He is crushed from behind after the back juke. He takes it to about the 28, 29-yard line. That's where the Braves will take over, 1st and 10. And on comes Patrick O'Brien, the new Braves starting quarterback. We'll get our first look at him. He will be joined out there by Rontonio Stanley in the backfield. He is back after rushing for 270 yards and also 191 yards receiving last year. He gets the nod at the starting running back position. B.J. Bunn, John Rich, and JoJo Spann out there at the wide receiver spot. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. As the Rams show blitz, out of a pistol formation, O'Brien will give the handoff to Stanley. He tries to run off the right tackle, takes it to the corner, and he was not able to turn the corner. Pushed out of bounds, maybe got a yard.
Yeah, that was a good job by Stanley that time, just to run east to west to get back to the line of scrimmage. There was good penetration that was had by the front 7 of Winston-Salem State on that play, and Stanley was able to use his speed to turn the corner, and like you said, Cameron, pick up, well, just about a yard, bringing up 2nd and 9.
The offensive line for the Braves, Lawrence Keys at left tackle, Chris Hassard left guard, Jared Johnson the center, DeMarcus Whitehurst right guard, and the right tackle, Jaden Funderburk. Shotgun snap. Stepping up in the pocket, O'Brien goes over the middle, and it sails high. He was looking for JoJo Spann. That will bring up 3rd and 9 very quickly.
Yeah, looked like that pass got tipped at the line of scrimmage by one of the defensive linemen for Winston-Salem State, just by kind of the trajectory of that pass from O'Brien. Kind of threw it down, and then it popped up and went over everyone's head. Not a terrific pass thrown, but a good job defensively as well to kind of rush that throw from O'Brien.
Yeah, looking at that defensive line, we talked about Mike Bloomfield. He's at one defensive end spot. Also Quinton Alton and Michael Douglas at the tackles. And it looks like somebody jumped off sides there. And there was some contact. It looked like the defensive line. That was number 98 Alton, who appeared to jump early. We'll see if someone drew him off sides. As the refs will talk this one over.
Braves at least are indicating that it's going to go against the Rams, but what else would they be doing?
Yeah, it is going against the Rams, so 5 free yards will bring up a 3rd and 4. That drastically changes the possibilities in the playbook for the Braves.
Yeah, definitely a much more desirable situation than a 3rd and long. Now, like you said, you open up perhaps a draw play at this point if you want to try and catch the Rams off guard looking for a pass, and obviously you can afford to throw a little bit of a shorter pass route rather than having to take a deeper chance.
So 3rd and 4, 9:34 on the first quarter game clock. Braves trailing 7-0. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, and the running back to the right of O'Brien is Stanley. Motion man goes out to the far left. And here's the snap. Rams bring just 4. The pass gets tipped again at the line. It sails over the head of the intended receiver. Looked like they were going for John Rich on that play. 3 and out for the Braves, and they'll trot out the punting unit.
Now, not the start that the Braves needed, especially after that long touchdown drive by Winston-Salem State. Just a pass that was not thrown in the greatest of locations for Rich to get up and go. Though still something that I'm sure if you talked to Rich after the game, said it probably would have been a catchable ball.
So on to punt for the Braves. It looks like number 9, Ben Utter, the freshman from Laurinburg, North Carolina. And he will be punting with 9:30 on the game clock from his own 22-yard line. It's a good snap, and he gets off a high and deep kick. It's going to sail towards the sideline, bounce out of bounds. No, that looked like, or trickled back in play, but it had bounced out of bounds at first. So it goes out of bounds at the 25-yard line. The Rams will take over, and they will get right back to work once again. Looks like there's not going to be any delay in the action. We'll keep it right here. Time of possession already looking like it might be a storyline in this game, Joe.
Yeah, you're looking at how long that drive took for UNCP.
It was about 30 seconds.
Yeah, their official time of possession is, 33 seconds on that
I was
first
close,
drive.
so I was close.
And then about 8 seconds on that punt, which still counts towards UNCP time because now they take it over with 9:22 left, but not a lot of time for the defense to catch its breath after that long scoring drive.
9:22 on the game clock. 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line for the Rams. They come out with 3 receivers to the right, none to the left. They'll throw a quick bubble screen. This is complete to Belcher, and he falls forward for a gain of about 2. The stop on the play by Elijah Williams coming over from that middle linebacker spot. He read that one and kept it from going for too far. Gain of about 2 and brings up 2nd and 8.
And a good shot by the diminutive Belcher, only listed at 5'6", 165, but using that kind of short stature as a little bit of deception as a slot receiver.
Yeah, it's easy to fall for a little bit of a hip fake there, but a lot like basketball when you're trying to guard a crossover, you watch the belly button for a shifty running back or receiver in this case. Motion man from right to left, and he comes back. It's Belcher who stays out on the field. Draw play, run up the middle, and he runs into his own offensive lineman falling backwards, and that looks like it's going to be a loss of 3. Back to the original line of scrimmage is Massey, a great surge by the defensive line.
Yeah, and it was a great stop made by Elijah Williams, the linebacker, too. Came on the blitz. He read the draw play very well, and when Massey kind of bumped into his own offensive lineman, there was Johnson right there to wrap him up on the spot and drag him down for a loss.
So the Rams come out in an empty backfield now. 2 receivers to the right, 3 to the left. It's 5 wide in the formation. Tinsley in the shotgun. Now we'll look over to the sidelines as they try to change a play. Play clock winds down, 2-1, and he barely does get the snap off. Braves blitz, and they can't get home. The pass complete to the 30-yard line, pushed out of bounds. That's going to be short of the first down marker. Unless there's a flag on the play, I don't see it. The Braves have forced a 3 and out. Look like Jalen McDaniel, the receiver on that one. He gets about 4 yards. If they even marked that complete, he might not have even gotten a foot down. He did, so it will bring up 4th and 5 from the 30-yard line. And the Braves have 2 guys back to receive the punt. B.J. Bunn out there with what looks like Span out there to return the punt. The punter for the Rams, the same as their kicker, Will Johnson. He gets off a short and low one, and the Braves don't want to mess with this one. They're going to let it roll. It takes a Rams bounce and rolls down to about the 27-yard line. And the Braves offense will come back out on the field after the nice stop by the defense.
And that was exactly what the Braves defense needed to do after not only the 3 and out by their offense, but to come out and make a statement after the 10-play, 5-minute drive that got the Rams on the scoreboard to lead 7-0 at this point, to come out and play very well as a unit on the defensive side of the ball. That's exactly what they did there. Elijah Williams with a couple of nice tackles on that drive and just coming together and putting a clamp down on the Rams.
So Patrick O'Brien in the shotgun, a little pitch play on the short run to the right side, and he's gobbled up in the backfield. That's number 29, Teron Huffman, coming out of a wide receiver spot, getting a little shovel pass there on a run play, and the sweep goes for a loss of about 2.
Yeah, trying the jet sweep there for Huffman on the first play of the drive. A little bit of trickery out of the Braves, just trying to get through this Winston-Salem State defense. That was the best defense in the CIAA last year. Obviously a lot of turnover on that side of the ball, but still a very strong unit.
Shotgun snap, and it's a handoff up the middle to Stanley. He tries to break it out to the outside. He has no real estate, and he's pushed out of bounds at about the 25-yard line. No gain there, as the Rams' front 7 looks like they were all in the Braves' backfield on that play.
Yeah, the Braves are going to have to complete some sort of pass at some point just to open up that running game, because the first 2 passes we've seen out of O'Brien so far have not been the best ones, and it's allowed Winston-Salem to kind of key on the running game on this drive.
So 3rd and 11 for the Braves, 6:40 on the first quarter game clock. The Braves trailing 7-0 in this one. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, and the shotgun snap to O'Brien. He drops back, steps up in the pocket, throws over the middle, and it's going to sail high and incomplete. An uncatchable ball there for the leaping John Rich on the coverage. Number 10 for the Winston-Salem State Rams. That's number 16, Cameron Sullivan. Looked like a 10 to me.
It's kind of difficult when the numbers, they kind of do blend together a little bit.
They turn a little bit, so work on that for sure. So 6:24 on the first quarter game clock now as the clock stops after the incomplete pass. The Braves bring out the punting unit once again. And the play is whistled dead, or they had to reset the game clock, or the shot clock, excuse me. The play clock. One of those words eventually will come out.
Well, it's all right. You're getting early practice in for basketball season. It happens to everyone.
Utter on to punt for the Braves. He will be punting from inside his own 20. Gets it off. It's a low line drive down towards the near sideline. It takes a bounce. It looks like it will be returned by number 21. And he eludes one tackle, falls forward to about the 36-yard line. Makes a nice move there to get past that's not JoJo Grant. That's number 29 for the Braves. That's Teron Huffman out there covering punts. He got there quick, but then couldn't make the tackle. So the Rams will bring their offense right back out, and no break for us up here in the broadcast booth, and we're watching teams go 3 and out. Boom, boom, boom. No chance for us to take a media timeout and send it to commercial. 6:18 to go in the first quarter. 7-0 Rams lead, and they will operate from their own 36-yard line. Coming in under center is Rod Tinsley, the quarterback who led one successful drive. Let's see who can step up here and make a play. Both teams have had 2 offensive drives. Now the Braves don't have any first downs. Handoff goes up middle. No, it's a reverse going off the left tackle and tumbling forward to the 40-yard line. That's Rashawn Williams. He got hit pretty hard on that one. Kind of took an awkward tackle, but he pops right back up and stays in the game.
Yeah, Williams that time got the handoff on the reverse, but a good job to read it by the UNCP defense and not allow Williams, who initially had a little bit of a room to run, to get any more than just the pickup of a couple.
So 2nd and 7 from their own 39-yard line. Under 6 minutes to go in the first quarter as the Rams come out in a pretty big set. 2 tight ends. Or no, one of those is a fullback. He joins the backfield with the running back, and the handoff goes to the left side, falling forward, and he picks up about a yard. That was number 20, Malik Mosley, on the carry. And there was not much there. The front 4 for the Braves doing their job. So 3rd and 5 coming up for the Rams. As after that first drive, when they looked really, really good, the Braves defense has really stepped up to the task.
We'll see if they can come up with a big stop here on this 3rd and 5 and get the things back into the hands of the offense to see if they can get any kind of momentum going on that side of the ball. Run just 6 plays so far.
Yeah, back-to-back 3 and outs. A running back and a fullback in the formation, 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Play clock at 0. They did get the snap off. A play-action pass. Rolling to the right is Tinsley. He throws on the run. It's complete in the right flat to Caver, and he's pushed out of bounds well into Braves territory. First down for the Rams. He's pushed out at about the 45-yard line.
And just another good job that time by Tinsley to roll out of the pocket and throw on the run. I've been very impressed with the way that the redshirt freshman quarterback has been able to do that throughout the entire game so far today.
He's really sold the play action very well. He does that extra split second where he doesn't turn with the ball and make the defense know that he has the ball just yet. 2 tight ends, 2 receivers, both of them on the left side, and the running back in the formation is Mosley. Under center is Tinsley. 4:30 to go in the first quarter. Rams leading 7-0 as the Braves trying to get another stop. And it looks like someone jumped early there, or potentially the delay of game. It looked like the play clock had run down to 0 as the offensive line might have known it, and the quarterback might not have been aware.
Yeah, I think this is going to end up being a delay of game on this one, just judging from where the flag was thrown deep in the secondary, and that is, in fact, what the penalty will be.
So 4:15 on the game clock in the first quarter as the Rams back up 5 yards. That takes them out of Braves territory and back across the 50 onto their half of the field. First and 15 from their own 48-yard line. Rams holding that 7-0 lead, trying to expand on it. 2 receivers to the left and a tight end in the formation. He's on the right side. And another one on the left side, and the running back, they will give it to the running back. It's Mosley. He bounces it off left tackle, turns the corner. He's going up the left sideline, pushed hard out of bounds, and the flag comes in late. Kendall Jacobs delivered the hit, and it might have been a split second too late.
Yeah, I don't know whether it'll be that, although we are very close to the UNCP coaches. They were calling for holding on that play, so I don't know just kind of the vicinity where that flag was thrown, whether that's a little too far down the field to be that. But
no, it is going to be the holding call, and just off the bat, it felt like he got a little bit too much of a break on that. Based on where the defenders were, you see a guy cut up field like that, and suddenly there's no one around him when it looked like he was going to be bottled up. Sometimes that's a really good running back, and sometimes it's because the offensive line is holding.
Yeah, and I think that was one of those plays more where it was set up because of the hold rather than the hold was one of those ones where you can get angry or say, oh, that was an unnecessary play. You don't have that good gain without the hold on that play.
So the scoreboard now showing 1st and 25. I'm not sure if that hold occurred a couple yards upfield or if they will actually back that up 10 yards from the original line of scrimmage. This is turning into a problem here for the Rams as they're going to have to gain an awful lot of yards to move the chains.
Yeah, they are now moving it back. It doesn't appear to be a full 25 yards, closer to about a 1st and about 19 or 20 here. So it did occur a few yards down the field.
All right, so it'll be 1st down from their own 43-yard line, and the line to gain appears to be about the 37. Under 4 minutes to go in the first quarter. Rams up 7-0. Motion man is number 11, Caver. Drop back and a screen pass over the middle to the running back, Mosley. He cuts it up the field. He gains a bunch of yards, gets past the original line of scrimmage, and it'll be about 2nd and 9, 2nd and 10. And he really broke that one as they were able to push the offensive line up the field.
Yeah, and I've been very impressed with the play of Malik Mosley. He's one of the 13 Division I transfers on the Rams. This year, he transferred in from Old Dominion and has been doing a pretty good job in this first quarter of being that change of pace back to Tyree Massey that we thought Justice Pickett was going to be, but at least to this point, we've seen much more of Malik Mosley.
Motion man is the fullback, Goodson. They move him to the right side. Quarterback rolls to his right. He has time. He looks deep and then throws short. It's intercepted! Intercepted by the Braves defense. That's number 14, Mike Lawrence, and that's the play the Braves needed to turn the momentum in this ballgame.
Yeah, and Lawrence had 2 interceptions last season. This is obviously his first of this season, and it is a big one because not only is it the little bit of a momentum boost for UNCP, but it kind of stops Rod Tinsley and some of the momentum that he had been building dead in its tracks. And now after that big turnover, the crowd's starting to get into it here at Lumbee Guarantee Bank Field, and perhaps now it's time for the offense to start to turn things around as well.
And the shotgun is O'Brien, 4 receivers, 2 on each side. He throws short, and it looks like that was caught, and a little bit of a fight for it after the catch. It's number 87 for the Braves. That's Rick Mack, the wide receiver. First time we've called his name in this ball game.
Well, if you had Rick Mack for first reception of the season for UNCP, congratulations.
He's not listed on the 2-deep. The redshirt freshman comes in out of High Point, North Carolina, and makes the first catch. 1 tight end on the right side, 2 receivers to the right out of a pistol formation, and a handoff up the middle goes to Stanley. He keeps pushing his legs forward and is able to push that pile about a yard forward. Falls down about the 42-yard line. It'll be about 3rd and 4 coming up for the Braves.
And the Braves obviously are 0 for 2 on 3rd downs. This is not a completely unmanageable 3rd and 4 situation that they've got coming up here. We'll see how they elect to attack it. They've passed on the last 2 3rd downs. It looks like that's what they're going to go to here with 4 wide receivers in the game.
Yeah, 3rd and 4, 1:50 to go in the first quarter. O'Brien in the shotgun. Rams show blitz. They can't get home. The pass complete, and breaking through 1 tackle and falling down into Rams territory. It's a 1st down to number 18, John Rich. That's the biggest play of the night for the Braves, and it's their first down of the ball game. They appear to really have figured out the Rams a little bit. The momentum definitely going with the team in black right now.
Yeah, and O'Brien hit Rich right between the numbers that time, gotten on him for a couple of passes today. That was an excellent pass right to Rich, who made a good move to then break the initial tackle and pick up a bunch of yards after the catch as well, including the big 1st down.
1:20 to go first quarter. Still 7-0 Rams, but the Braves are in opponent's territory for the first time tonight. Out of the shotgun, the handoff goes up the middle. No, it's an option play, and falling forward is O'Brien. He lowered the shoulder, got into the linebacker, and fell to about the 35-yard line. A little bit of a tussle after the play is over. I think the Rams might have thought that ball had come out a little bit, but the Braves will maintain possession. 2nd and 6 coming up.
And I like the play from O'Brien, lowering his shoulder and using some of that big frame that he has. He's 6'4", 215 pounds, trying to use some of that power and leverage to gain a couple of extra yards.
So he stays in the game. He is fine. It's nice to see the quarterback bounce right back up after a big hit like that. He has 2 receivers to his left, a tight end on that side as well, and on the right side is B.J. Bunn. Antonio Stanley in the backfield with him. Low snap. He will roll to his left, set his feet, throw left side, complete, out of bounds, inside the 30-yard line to JoJo Spann.
So spreading the ball around is O'Brien. He's completed 3 passes on this drive to 3 different receivers, Mack, Rich, and now Spann.
And that will move the chains, yeah. It's important as that was pretty close. Good field awareness there by Spann. I think he knew he was falling out of bounds and kept the ball on the first down side, as his feet might have been falling out of bounds near where the line was, but the ball definitely broke the plane. So 1st and 10 for the Braves. 30 seconds to go in the first quarter. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, and an extra tight end in the formation. Pistol formation, play fake, and it faked everybody out. O'Brien throws short. It's complete. Breaking the tackle is Rush, and he's still on his feet. He's down at about the 21-yard line. That's the tight end, Stedman Rush, making the play.
Yeah, Rush had just 3 catches all of last season. Comes up with a big one here in this first quarter, and now the crowd just getting more and more into this game with every completion on this drive.
Clock hits 0 on the first quarter. The Braves are knocking at the door. They will have 2nd and 3 from the Rams' 21-yard line. They are trailing 7-0, but this is turning into a good one. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to UNCP Braves Football. We'll be back in 60 seconds.
Say, you're an overachiever and want to take an extra class. Who can you call?
The registrar.
So you don't know who your advisor is or how to register for class? Who are you going to call?
The registrar.
So you want to graduate and don't know if you can? Who are you going to call?
The registrar's office.
Get a clue on how to meet your educational goals. Call or stop by the office of the registrar.
UNCP Student Health Services is located next to the nursing building and across the Livermore Library. In addition to primary medicine, students are offered contraceptive health education immunizations, allergy injections, laboratory services, confidential testing, and nursing services. Stop by for any service and educate yourself on your health. There is a friendly staff of nurses on call and ready to help whenever needed. You shouldn't have to ask yourself, got health? UNCP Student Health Services. Call or visit the website for more information.
Welcome back to Braves football. Start of the second quarter as the Rams lead the Braves 7-0. They scored on the opening drive, and since then it's been a pretty defensive ball game. The only turnover forced by the Braves defense. Mike Lawrence intercepted a pass, and that kick-started this Braves drive. They are now right on the edge of the red zone. 2nd and 3 from the Rams' 21-yard line. Dropping back to pass is O'Brien. He throws over the middle. Bunn bobbles and then makes the catch. He's turning the corner, tries to cut inside. He's still on his feet. He reaches, and he's in the end zone. Touchdown, Braves! B.J. Bunn made that play happen, and he will celebrate with his team the first touchdown of the season for the Braves on the first play of the second quarter.
Just a great job that time by B.J. Bunn. That play was made by him. A great pass from O'Brien, again, put right in a good position for Bunn to catch. He juggled it a little bit, but was able to control and then made that great fake to the outside that had everyone on the Rams defense going to the right, then cut it back to the inside and was able to get into the end zone for the touchdown.
Bunn will stay on the field. He's the holder for the extra point. The snap, it's down, the kick is up, and it is good. And we are tied up at 7, 14:51 to go in the first half. It's a brand new football game. The Braves will be kicking off. When we come back, we'll be back in 30 seconds. You're listening to UNCP Braves Football.
The Esther G. Maynard Honors College at UNC Pembroke offers driven students an advanced learning community to live, learn, and grow together while on campus. Our scholars not only take specialized honors courses as part of their general curriculum, but also enjoy regular co-curricular events on and off campus with access to opportunities exclusive to Honors College members. Find out more about our Maynard Honors College and our scholarships today.
Welcome back to Grace P. Johnson Stadium at Lumbee Guarantee Bank Field. Braves football in the 2015 season opener with Joe Vasile. I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a gorgeous night to open the 2015 college football season. Hint of pink in the sky, orange, as the clouds are partially in the sky, but just a perfect night for football. Temperature at kickoff was about 88 degrees. It's going to continue to fall. The stadium is packed, and it's mostly black and gold, but a sizable chunk in red from Winston-Salem State. They scored the first touchdown of the game, and the Braves on the first play of the second quarter evened it up. It's 7-7, and the Braves will be kicking off. On to kick for the Braves is number 3, Matt Davis.
And obviously, not to take anything away from the great defensive play that set up that entire drive, the interception by Mike Lawrence.
The kick falls right into the hands of number 20, Malik Mosley. He will take it out, and he is hit hard. Wow, he goes down hard. Kendall Jacobs made the initial contact and then finished the play with a bang.
And if the Rams had all the momentum going early in this game, that pendulum has completely swung back towards the Braves. Now the interception, the touchdown, and then that huge smackdown that was laid by Kendall Jacobs on Malik Mosley has really got things going the Braves' way.
And the Braves' defense, they like what they saw. Some of them are obviously out there on the field for that kickoff, including Kendall Jacobs. He's the starting free safety. The Braves' defense came charging right out into the field. They're ready to go. The Rams' offense taking their time. They huddled up a little bit on the sideline and then slowly walked out onto the field. They're set and ready to go now. Play clock rolling, under 20, 14:46 on the game clock. 1st and 10 from their own 13-yard line. A big set in with 2 tight ends. The handoff goes, no, it's a play fake, and the throw goes to the right flat. Pushed out of bounds is the tight end, Anthony Rook. It's a gain of about 5. Another good play fake there by Tinsley, and that really gave the Braves defense a moment to pause.
3rd catch of the game for the tight end, Anthony Rook, as well. He's been utilized quite a bit in this passing game. And like you said, another good play fake made by Tinsley. Faked everyone out.
So 2nd and 6 on their own 17-yard line. And one problem is you gain a couple yards, but when you're starting at your own 13, it's tough. This time the ball is handed off, charging up the middle and right into the pile. That looked like Massey, who was the ball carrier. He picked up about 2 yards. It'll be 3rd and 4 for the Rams, at risk of going 3 and out for another time. They also had one drive end on an interception. Since that season opening drive where they just marched right down the field in 5 minutes, they've really struggled offensively.
Yeah, first drive, 10 plays, 75 yards, and 457 for a touchdown. Since then, a 3 and out and the interception. And now having to come up and convert on 3rd and 4, or risk another 3 and out.
3rd and 4 from their own 19, so field position coming into play as well. A draw play, and it goes up the middle. Massey looks like he has the space, and he is free for the first down. He falls forward to the 30-yard line. Really did a nice job of keeping on his feet there with the initial contact.
Yeah, great second effort made by Massey. Picked up an additional 5 yards after that first contact. Just kept his legs churning. And, well, we mentioned in the open, a very powerful runner at 5'11", 235, and really showing off that power he brings to this Rams running game on that run.
Gain of 12 as the game clock ticks down to 13:30 in the first half. 7-7 is the score. 1st and 10 from their own 31 for the Rams. Under center is Tinsley. One running back behind him. Tight end. And here's the pitch to the right side. Massey gets the pitch. He gets upfield. He breaks a tackle. He's into the secondary, and he's across the 50 into Braves territory. Another 20-yard run by Tyree Massey. He's slicing and dicing his way up the field.
Yeah, not only Massey does he have the power, but he's got some speed as well. Just when he gets that momentum going down the field, it's like a bowling ball just heading down, and good luck trying to tackle a bowling ball.
Yeah, he shrugged off one tackle from it. Looked like a Braves linebacker, and then just kept going. Got into the second level and really kind of stopped the Braves' momentum a little bit.
Well, at 5'11", 235, he's bigger than every single Braves linebacker that they have out there on the field.
Handoff goes to Massey once again. No, check that. This is number 25, and he is taken down. That's Matt Thomas Quick leading the charge on the tackle. Number 25 for the Rams, that's Xavier Quick getting his first carry of the night. It goes for about a yard.
So one Quick tackles another.
Yeah, that's right. Matt Thomas Quick, the junior cornerback from Atlanta, Georgia, came in and led the charge on that tackle. A couple other Braves came in to finish it off. It looks like the Rams coming out now in a 5-wide formation. We'll see if the Braves are ready for this. After some power run, they come out in a shotgun. 3 receivers right, 2 to the left, no tight ends. Tinsley in the shotgun. He gets the snap, throws quickly out to the right on the bubble screen. It's complete to Caver. He goes up the field, and he is out of bounds for a first down. inside the 35-yard line. And that was a nice play there for the Rams.
Yeah, fourth catch of the game for Marcel Caver. We called his name a lot on that opening drive. Haven't really been able to say it since, but setting up a nice little bubble screen for him. It seems to be that's the way that they've really liked to use him.
They stay in that 5-wide formation and trying to force the Braves to stop him. It looks like the Braves have maybe one too many linebackers out there on the field against this 5-receiver set. In the shotgun is Tinsley. He gets the snap, drops back, a little bit of pressure. He's flushed out, rolling to the right, and the flag comes down. The pass is complete to about the 28-yard line, and it looks like that's going to come back on the holding call.
Yeah, that one, Marcus Rayner, who is the guy who applied the pressure initially from the outside, got a little bit held as he was going in after Tinsley. It's not a bad hold once again because, well, maybe you get away with it and you save your quarterback a hit from there. But this one is going to end up forcing the play to come back.
Yeah, Tinsley's not the biggest guy. We talked about for the Braves, Patrick O'Brien, his ability to run the ball at 6'4", 215. Tinsley, you might want to protect him a little bit more. 6'1", 175. You get him running into some defensive linemen, some linebackers, that can add up pretty quickly.
But also someone who you can see as he fills into his body over the next couple of years could really develop into that guy because he's got the good instincts in the rushing out of the pocket. It's just, is he going to have the body that's going to allow him to absorb some of the hits that comes along with that?
So the penalty takes this back 1st and 20 after the holding call. 3 receivers to the left. They motion now Caver into the backfield. He comes back out to the left. One running back. A long drop. It's a running back screen to Mosley. He gets it, breaks one tackle, and falls down to about the 30-yard line after he juked Mike Lawrence, the cornerback who came in on the blitz, and left him in the dust and then fell forward and made up many of the yards from the penalty. Gain of about 5, so it'll be 2nd and 15. Still not a situation the Rams want to find themselves in.
And they're setting up a lot of these little slip screens to the running backs, to the wide receivers, are the Rams. And they've worked somewhat to a varying degree, but you got to imagine at some point it looks like the Braves are starting to catch on a little bit, and they're containing them a lot better than they did early on in the first quarter.
Under 11 minutes to go in the second quarter. Play clock down to 5. It's an empty backfield. The snap and the throw, and it's nothing there for the Rams. A big hit there as they went to Williams Belcher in the flat, and Matt Thomas quick there on the tackle.
And there's the exact example of it. A little now screen on the outside went to Belcher. They had a good play with that earlier in the game, but that time got blown up immediately by Thomas Quick.
So 3rd and very long coming up for the Rams. 3rd and 17 from the Braves' 42-yard line. Is this 4-down territory here, Joe?
It depends on how many yards you pick up here. I don't think they necessarily have to go for a first down. They've got a kicker, and Will Johnson was a very strong leg. So really, realistically, you're thinking about, well, maybe if you can get inside the 35-yard line, you might think about taking a long field goal.
Flag down, and it looks like that's a delay of game as the Rams are not able to get the play off. I think they might have been trying to signal for a timeout. Maybe they'll pick that flag up and they say you got the timeout off in time. Waiting for a signal as the Rams coaching staff on the field, both coaches out on the field, so it looks like they were able to get the timeout off. So instead of 3rd and 26, or 3rd and, what would that be, 3rd and 22, it's going to stay 3rd and 17 if they did indeed get that play, or if they did get that timeout off. So it was a very quick timeout as the teams are back out on the field. No, now they're whistling it back and they're going to move it back. So
yep, they are going to call a delay
of game penalty. So the Rams essentially got a free timeout there. They were able to go to the sideline, get a drink of water, and come back. If your offense is about to head off the field, I don't know how valuable that is. 10:09 to go in the second quarter. 3rd and 22 coming up for the Rams. They are on the Braves' 47-yard line. Empty set, 3 receivers to the right. And it looks like a designed quarterback run. He is taken down. The flag comes down, but leading the charge is number 90, Mike Keck. He comes in for a sack. Looks like a loss of about 2. Flag on the play, and that might have been a holding, and the Braves might be able to decline it and get the ball back.
Yeah, Mike Keck, 3.5 sacks last year, coming up with his first this year. Though we'll check and see what the flag is. It's right at midfield, just right around where Tinsley went down.
And it is going to be a hold against the Rams. The Braves will decline the penalty, and it's a big sack there from Mike Keck, the defensive end from Fayetteville, North Carolina, the senior. With those 3.5 sacks last year, gets his first of the season, and it will force a Rams punt. 4th down from midfield, and 2 punt returners come on the field for the Braves. It's B.J. Bunn, and look like That was Huffman who was in there at first. Now they will bring Huffman in. And so it's just B.J. Bunn. His heels are on the 10-yard line. Clock kicks under 10 minutes to go in the second quarter. The snap and the punt. Braves can't get to it. It's a low kick off to the right side. It takes a Rams bounce. It keeps rolling. Bunn picks it up from the 10-yard line. He goes out of bounds at about the 18-yard line. That was a smart play there by B.J. Bunn to keep that one from really forcing the Braves into a tough spot offensively.
Yeah, he realized he had a little bit of room. A lot of times when those punts come in and roll, you don't want to do it because, well, the opponent's a little bit close, but he had a few yards to play with, so he scooped it up wisely and ended up picking up a few additional yards rather than letting that one roll inside the 10-yard line.
So he was pushed out about the 15.5, 16-yard line. That's where the Braves will take over. 1st and 10. Tie score at 7 apiece, 9:37 to play in the first half, as the Braves will look to take the first lead of the ball game for the home team. Patrick O'Brien leads his team back out onto the field, the quarterback, in a pistol formation. The play clock has not yet started yet, even though the Braves have been out on the field for a minute or two. And here it goes, so they have plenty of time. He's under center. 2 receivers to the right, 1 tight end in the formation, and a receiver to the left as well, with Rontonio Stanley in the backfield. Motion man is Huffman, and they will hand off up the middle to Stanley. He is able to find a little bit of space and fall forward past the 20-yard line to about the 21, gain of about 4 or 5.
And just like I said back in the first quarter, when Stanley didn't have a whole lot of room to run, they were going to need to open up the passing game a little bit. Or check that out, it was Cliff Jones on the rush that time. But, well, the running game in general for the Braves, they didn't have a lot of room to run. They would need to show that they could pass the ball to force the Rams to be honest. They did on that last drive, and it opened up a nice gain on first down for Jones.
Looks like Cliff Jones will stay out there. He's in the pistol formation. He gets the handoff once again, breaks 1 tackle. He's past the 25 and falls forward. This looks like it'll be enough for a first down for the Braves. And the players are motioning, and it looks like that is what it is. So a nice back-to-back runs by the redshirt junior Cliff Jones, who played at Newberry last year. 285 all-purpose yards, including 104 yards on 21 carries. He's playing with the UNCP Braves this year, and he's looked good. Not the starter in this ball game, but he's gotten some touches and has made the most of them.
And he's going to remain in here on this first down as well after, well, he did a good number of the legwork there on those first 2 plays of the drive. Get a little bit of breathing
Play clock
room.
down to 5, and it looks like the Braves didn't have a play ready to go, and it looks like they've called timeout. Timeout Braves, 8:29 to go in the second quarter. We're tied up at 7. We'll take a quick break here at Grace P. Johnson Stadium. You're listening to UNCP Braves Football.
The University of North Carolina at Pembroke was founded in 1887 by American Indians to provide education to the local community to ensure a pathway to success. Today, we're part of the world-renowned University of North Carolina system, but the spirit of our founding still guides us. Our strong academics are exemplified by standout programs in education, athletic training, business, and nursing, and by students working with professors on groundbreaking research. Explore the brave spirit today.
Braves facing 1st and 10 from their own 27-yard line. We'll see if they stay on the ground or let Patrick O'Brien throw. He's 5 for his last 5 after starting 0 for 3. He has 58 passing yards and the passing touchdown to B.J. Bunn. 7-7 is the score, 8:29 on the first half game clock. O'Brien in the shotgun, a running back to his left. It's Cliff Jones. 2 receivers in a bunch to the right and 1 to the left. Rams showing a little bit of a blitz. They motion Huffman across, and they get it to him on the sweep. Going to the left side, cutting up the far sideline. He stays on his feet and falls down out of bounds for a gain of about 8. Flag comes in late. This might have been a late hit on the Rams.
Yeah, and it looks like UNCP happy with the flag coming in, so once again supporting the theory of it being against the Rams. But what a block thrown to set the edge by Cliff Jones that time, pulling out on that jet sweep and throwing a good block to set the edge, allowing for Huffman to turn it upfield and pick up good yardage.
So it looks like that flag will go against Winston-Salem State. A personal foul, late hit, and that's 15 free yards for the UNCP Braves. That will take them up past midfield, or right up to near midfield, It'll be on their own 46-yard line. After starting this drive from their own 15, they're getting really close to midfield, doing a nice job of moving the ball quickly.
And that is the 6th penalty of this game going against Winston-Salem State. Last year, they were the 7th most penalized team in Division II. They gave up 93 yards per game in penalties, and it seems like that trend, at least through the first half of this game, is continuing itself in 2015.
Yeah, they weren't in a lot of close games last year. They won by an average of 21 points en route to going undefeated in their conference. But if you're in a close game and you're giving up about the entire length of the football field over the course of the game in penalties, that's not good. That's not helping your cause very much. O'Brien comes out, and it's an empty backfield. 3 receivers to his right, 2 to his left. Now the Braves going to try to give the Rams a dose of their own medicine. Here's the shotgun snap. He has some time, throws short, complete to B.J. Bunn. He's laid out into Rams territory at about the 44-yard line, and that was a lick laid by, looked like Cameron Sullivan there on the hit.
Yeah, Sullivan came up that time and get a good hard hit in on Bunn. It was a clean hit, shoulder to shoulder, nothing malicious about it, but just a good, hard, clean tackle that time. As, well, the Rams were playing pretty far off the line of scrimmage, giving about a 5 to 7 yard cushion for all the receivers for UNCP, and O'Brien and Bunn were able to take advantage of that nicely.
Gain of 7, so 2nd and 3 from the Rams' 44-yard line. Out of a pistol formation, the handoff goes up the middle. It's Jones. He moves the pile, and he gets the first down into the 40-yard line of the Rams. That's enough for a first down. They needed 3. He got about 5.
Cliff Jones doing a good job on this drive. 3 rushes for 17 yards so far. He's already the leading rusher for the Braves in this game.
And another back on the field was Martin Munn. We're using him in a little bit of a fullback role. He'll come out. He'll be replaced by number 88 for the Braves. That's Stedman Rush, who will come in, and he's a tight end / wide receiver. They'll put him on the left side of the line. 2 receivers to the left, or 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. It's B.J. Bunn, the guy who's alone on the left side. Handoff to Jones. He dances. He's hit from behind, and he falls forward. Another 5 yards. Good play, good blocking, especially on the right side. Jaden Funderburk, the right tackle there for the Braves, getting upfield a little bit.
And again, I like what I'm seeing out of Jones. He's got good, quick feet, good vision towards the hole, and he's able to hit it with authority and pick up some good yards. You mentioned just over 100 all-purpose yards last year at Newberry, but it's hard to really understand why he didn't see a little bit more playing time, at least with what we're seeing out of him here on this drive.
He stays out there after the 5-yard run. He's on the right of O'Brien in the shotgun. Low snap. He gets it, but before he can do anything, there's a flag on the play. This is probably a false start on the Braves, as the play clock hadn't run down, and that's exactly what it is. False start will move the Braves back 5 yards, which essentially negates the earlier run by Cliff Jones.
And so it'll set up a 2nd and 10, but even with that penalty, just the second committed by the Braves in this game, they've still got the momentum on their side, and they're doing a good job on this drive of eating up some of the clock. They've been utterly dominated by the Rams in terms of time of possession, a lot of that coming on those first couple of drives. But here doing a good job just methodically moving down the field. Remember, this drive started all the way back at their own 15-yard line, now on the Rams' 41.
Shotgun snap with 6 minutes to go in the half. The pass goes to the left flat. B.J. Bunn breaks 1 tackle. He nearly gets it stripped from behind as the Rams pile on as he's starting to go down. He's not happy with that. Kind of tosses the ball to the turf as he picked up about 6 or 7 yards on that short catch. And it'll bring up a 3rd and very manageable 3rd and 4 for the Braves on the completion by O'Brien. He's now completed 7 straight.
That's a good job by O'Brien coming back after missing on his first 3 passes to get better. But also I feel like he's been set up for success with some of the routes and the plays that have been called.
High snap, and there's a bubble screen. This one goes to Bunn once again. He breaks it to the left side, gets out of bounds, and that's enough for a first down. A gain of 5 when they needed 3. The Braves, very methodical and moving the ball up the field. Another completion. Another time it goes from Patrick O'Brien to B.J. Bunn, a pair of redshirt juniors. And I believe now O'Brien is 9 for 12. So under 5:30 to go in the first half. Braves threatening here from the Rams' 31-yard line. Out of a pistol formation, O'Brien waits, and here's the snap. They snap a quick throw over to Huffman. It sails out of his hands, incomplete. Essentially a screen, and the Rams came in with a little bit of a late hit. I think they didn't see that that was a forward pass, so they kept playing until the whistle. All in all, I think no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I certainly think so. And on that one, Huppman was starting to go up the field. O'Brien tried to lead him a little bit, but just led him a little bit too far. Had that pass kind of go off the end of his fingers. He did a nice job of trying to corral it in, but like you said, maybe a little bit of a late hit by the Rams, but nothing that was malicious or I think too far over the line to draw a penalty flag.
I think they just thought it might have been a lateral, not a forward pass. So that breaks the streak of 9 straight completions for O'Brien. The run up the middle and a big hit from the linebacker. That was number 55, Kyrell Williamson, laying the wood on the Braves ball carrier. Cliff Jones picking up about 3 yards there, maybe 2, a long 2 perhaps. It'll be 3rd and 8 coming up here for the Braves from the Rams' 29-yard line. Under 5 minutes to play, 4:46 on the first half game clock. And this game has completely changed in complexion from the first 5 minutes, which were all Rams. Literally, the Braves went 3 and out, and the Rams had 1 touchdown. And after that, it's been a very different ball game. The Braves have really battled. Play clock at 11. The shotgun snap goes to O'Brien. They're trying to convert 3rd and 8. He steps up in the pocket, looks to the right side. It's complete and down inside the 15-yard line to John Rich. He's taken down by the Rams defensive back. That's James Bullock, who was in there on the coverage. He was blanketed, and he still made the catch.
Yeah, Rich might have gotten away with a little bit of a push-off at the top of that route, but he did a good job of coming back to the ball and making that reception his second big one of the game, picking up another first down. And now inside the red zone for the second time in this game is the Braves offense. Obviously last time, we know they ended up scoring.
They're in the shotgun formation. Patrick O'Brien with a running back to his right. The handoff goes to Stanley. He's up the middle, down inside the 10. He spins down. He's at about the 9-yard line, swarmed there by a host of Rams defenders.
A good job by Stanley to pick up 4 on that first down inside handoff. Now setting them up pretty nicely for second down inside the 10.
I think the Braves want to keep an eye on here is the game clock, because you score too quickly, you give the Rams an opportunity to run, a 2.5 or 3 minute drill. But if you keep that clock running, you get the game clock down under 2 minutes, you really force them to have to make a decision, because the Braves are going to get the ball to start the second half. So the Braves, if they play this right, they can have the lead going into halftime. It's either going to be 7 or 3. And the option run there by O'Brien off the right tackle didn't get much, about 3 yards, as he kept the ball himself and didn't have a lot of room to operate.
Fake that handoff to DeMonte Rem, who's been one of the freshmen in camp, who's really impressed Shane Richardson and the coaching staff. First time we've been able to say Rem, who wears number 33's name in this game tonight, but certainly he's a guy to keep an eye on as we head into the second half and also moving forward for the rest of this season.
So 3rd and 4 from the Rams' 7-yard line. It's an opportunity for the Rams defense to make a statement in this ball game. Braves putting on a host of substitutions. Play clock down to 7 as they hustle up to the line. Shotgun formation, O'Brien. He finally gets the low snap. He drops back to pass, looking to the right side, and it's incomplete. He was looking for John Rich. He was pressured and threw that off his back foot.
Yeah, just a good job there by O'Brien to throw that one where no harm could be done other than having that pass fall incomplete. Now it's going to force the field goal unit to come out for the first time this season and try and just make it a 3-point lead going into halftime.
So 2:33 on the game clock. The Braves could have gotten a first down there without scoring on that play. 4th and 4 from the Rams' 7-yard line. And the Rams trying to hustle some guys off the field. The Braves not able to get the snap off in time. The kick is up. It is good. If the Braves had gotten a little bit quicker on that snap, they could have gotten the too many men on the field. They would have gotten 5 free yards and an automatic first down. Instead, they settle for 3 points. 10-7 Braves. Exactly 2:30 to go in the first half. They will be kicking off. The Rams will have an opportunity to run a 2.5-minute drill, or else they will be trailing at halftime. We will take a quick break. Stay with us. You're listening to UNCP Braves Football.
At the University of North Carolina at Pembroke, our student athletes find balance between their academic and athletic activities. With graduation rates higher than the national average, our athletes excel in academics and have won the Peach Belt Conference President's Academic Award twice in the last 4 years. Since 2009, 43 athletes have been named NCAA All-Americans, and last year, 40 made All-Conference. Catch their winning spirit and support the Braves. At the University of North Carolina at Pembroke, our student athletes find balance between their academic and athletic activities. With graduation rates higher than the national average, our athletes excel in academics and have won the Peach Belt Conference President's Academic Award twice in the last 4 years. Since 2009, 43 athletes have been named NCAA All-Americans. And last year,
the Braves got down to the Rams' 7-yard line and then had to settle for the field goal. So the Braves kicking unit comes out, and they will trust their defense to hold this 3-point lead until halftime. The Braves, remember, will get the ball to start the second half after they won the opening coin toss and elected to defer. So Matt Davis on to kick. It's a low kick, and it will be fielded by number 27. That's one of the up men, and he is taken down at about the 36-yard line. I think they were trying to catch the Rams sleeping there, and they ended up surrendering a couple extra yards.
Yeah, it was C.J. Washington, a backup cornerback, who came up and made that play, and it was kind of a knuckleball that he was able to pick out of the air, but good starting field position coming up here for the Rams. Best of the game.
Tyreek Holloway came in and made the tackle there. Been able to call his name a bunch in special teams and on defense here tonight for the Braves. So the Rams offense comes trotting back out onto the field. They'll start from their own 36-yard line. They have one timeout and a 3-point deficit, 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go as they try to even up or take the lead before halftime. Under center is Tinsley. He rolls to the left. He has time looking, and it's complete down the left sideline. Pushed out of bounds for the first down is Marcel Caver. Mike Lawrence there, a split second too late, not able to make a play on the ball there, and that swung the field.
That was Caver's now 5th catch of the game, doing just a great job in pulling down passes today, and a good job to tiptoe along the sideline and keep his feet in bounds.
A running back and a fullback in the formation. 2 receivers to the right. Under center, rolling to his right is Tinsley. He gets it off, hits Caver, and he spins past one, gets down inside the 35 to about the 32-yard line. And it looked like Tinsley was able to get an extra split second there. I think the Braves coaches to the left of us wanted a holding call there. They were pretty loud about it. So second and about 3 here for the Rams as they go no huddle. Tinsley rolls to his left. He's forced out of the pocket. He is sacked. Mike Keck brings him down, and that's a huge play for the Braves.
Keck coming up with his 2nd sack of the game. Like we said, 3.5 last year, now already 2 in this season opener. And that brings up a big 3rd down and long, and that's going to go a long way towards helping the Braves preserve this lead.
Loss of 10 on the play as Tinsley was flushed out of the pocket and tried to make a throw, couldn't get it off. He drops back not out of a shotgun. He's sacked once again. Back-to-back sacks. This time it's number 56. Eris Brooks makes the sack there. He was under center, and the Braves call timeout. 55 seconds to go. They're going to get the ball back with the potential to maybe make something happen here. They are fired up on defense.
As well they should be. That was a great play by Brooks. He went down after initially getting a hand on Tinsley and then was able to make that sack with his back on the turf, just wrapping up Tinsley by the ankles and dragging him down with a great second effort. The great heart shown by Brooks on that sack. Back-to-back sacks for this defense, setting up 4th and 19. And just a great job on the defensive stand after it looked like the Rams were starting to drive a little bit. 2 sacks in a row, and now things right back in the Braves' driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, the Rams were able to make a stop on 3rd down near the goal line, force just the field goal when it could have very well been a touchdown. Got the ball, got pretty good field position, made one big play for a gain of 20-plus to a receiver, had 2nd and short coming up, well inside Braves territory. They could have at least gotten the field goal. They tried to go big with a long drop back on the rollout by Tinsley, 1 sack, then going under center, which surprised me. 3rd and 10, why are you under center with a fullback in the formation? But that's what they did, and the Braves get back-to-back sacks. On to punt is Will Johnson. The Braves have a minute left in this game, 2 timeouts, and they might not get very good field position here. B.J. Bunn on to return. He's standing on the 10-yard line, and Johnson will have an opportunity to lay down a coffin corner punt. It's a high kick as it hangs up there. It bounces out of bounds at about the 14-yard line, and it might be spotted higher than that as it's where it went out of bounds, not where it landed. So we'll see where the refs put this ball. It will be right about the 15-yard line. So very good placement there by Will Johnson. He probably thinks he could have done a little bit better, but the Rams will take it as they'll force the Braves to have to go 85 yards in 52 seconds with 2 timeouts. They are getting the ball to start the second half. Joe, how aggressive do you want to be here, knowing that a turnover could really change the momentum in this game right before halftime?
I would say if you can pick up a first down on the first or second play of the drive, then you try and keep it going and pick up big chunks of yards. If not, just take a knee and head into halftime with a 3-point lead.
Yeah, the Rams have just 1 timeout, so they don't really have that in their back pocket. 2 receivers on either side. O'Brien with a quick throw, and it's batted down at the line of scrimmage, incomplete. It looked like that was number 97, or number 91, Michael Douglas, who got his hands on that ball. So 49 seconds left, 2nd and 10 coming up for the Braves as the play clock resets, and the Braves will not huddle up. They'll just look to the sideline for a quick signal. And they know they're going to have to work quickly. The clock is stopped, and they still have 2 timeouts. They can use any part of the field here, but they do need to really get the ball upfield pretty quickly with the ball on their own 15-yard line. They do have the 10-7 lead. 2 receivers on either side. O'Brien fakes the handoff. He is taken down hard. Number 40, Mike Bloomfield on the hit. And I'm not sure if that was a play action or a designed run, but either way, it's a loss of about 6 yards.
And here's a situation where Winston-Salem State is holding on to their final timeout. It's going to force the Braves' hands into actually running a play here and trying to pick up some yardage.
Well, there's about a 4-second difference between the play clock and the game clock, so the Braves can call timeout when the play clock comes down to 0, take a knee because they have plenty of space, and if the Rams do call timeout, there's about 3 or 4 seconds left. They can just punt the ball out of bounds and go to halftime. So the play clock will run all the way down. It looks like Shane Richardson will call the timeout. 2 seconds left on the game clock as the Braves offense will come over to the sideline. I think at this point, you just take the knee, go into halftime up by 3 points.
Yeah, even if it's just telling Patrick O'Brien, all right, take the snap, drop back a couple of steps, and then take the knee, just to make sure you get those last 2 ticks off the clock. Believe it or not, that has backfired on teams before, and it will again, so you really need to make sure that 0 is on that clock by the time that knee hits the ground, and then you can head into halftime with 3-point lead. And got to be feeling pretty good about yourself, leading a nationally ranked team at the half, coming off of a pretty bad losing year, some question marks heading into this game, and, well, at least through the first 2 quarters of the season, they seem to have been answered very positively.
Well, how about this? About 6 or 7 minutes into this game, the Braves had allowed a long touchdown drive. They had gone 3 and out twice in a row. It felt like this was Winston-Salem State's game to lose. They looked like the better team through the first 6, 7, 8 minutes of this ballgame. The Braves responded. They forced a turnover, marched down the field, got a touchdown, and then continued to play lockdown defense throughout. Remember, the Rams on their first drive went 75 yards in 5 minutes and scored, and since then, I don't know how many yards they have. It's probably not a full 75 again. So it's really been impressive. The Braves offense takes the field once again. They appear to be in just a kneel-down kind of formation. O'Brien does just that, takes the knee. The Rams don't bother to call timeout, and that is how the first half will end. A very exciting first half here in Pembroke. The Braves holding a 10-7 lead over the visiting Winston-Salem State Rams in what has been a great ball game so far. Joe, any other thoughts here before we send it to break?
Other than just the Braves keep it up in the second half, playing good, strong defense outside of that first drive, and on offense.
Are you looking for a career that is both rewarding?
But it's gotten better and better as the game has progressed.
All right, 20 minutes on the second half game clock. We will send it to a break. When we come back, Joe Vasile will host the halftime show here for the UNCP Braves. My name is Cameron Songer. I'll be back with you for the start of the second half. Don't go anywhere. It's 10-7 Braves at halftime.
When I came to UNC Pembroke, I kind of fit in and realized that this place is right for me.
They want you to figure out what you're good at and what kind of job can you actually get with whatever you're good at.
We are the College of Arts and Sciences at UNCP.
And we welcome you back into Lumbee Guarantee Bank Field in Pembroke, North Carolina. Joe Basile with you on the halftime report, where the UNCP Braves lead the Winston-Salem State Rams 10-7. And a lot of the chatter up here in the press box, down in the field as well, is how impressive this UNCP team looked in that first half of football, coming off of, as we mentioned several times, a bit of a disappointing season last year, really coming out strong in this first half to lead the number 20 team in the country by 3 points as the two teams head into the locker room. Well, when this game first got started, it was all Rams as, well, they were able to drive down the field. In the first drive of the game, just 4 minutes and 57 seconds, it took the Rams to go 75 yards and put up the first points of this game. They took an early 7-0 lead. UNCP then got the ball for the first time and ended up responding with a quick 3-and-out that took less than a minute off the clock. So things were not looking good for the Braves early on, but then they punted the ball back over to the Rams, and the defense came out and responded in a big way. We talked a little bit about what adjustments would need to be made after that first drive, and they certainly were after that, as the defense came out and forced a quick 3-and-out from the Winston-Salem State Rams. But the offense still wasn't able to get much going. They ended up going 3-and-out on their second drive as well. But then the momentum started to change a little bit by an interception by Mike Lawrence on the ensuing Rams drive. So now, after the turnover, things were starting to get a little bit energized, and you felt the momentum starting to swing back into the favor of the Braves. A few minutes later, and on the first play of the second quarter, a 21-yard pass from Patrick O'Brien to B.J. Bunn put the Braves on the scoreboard and even things up at 7 apiece after Matt Davis's extra point kick sailed through the uprights and good. And so we were tied at 7 there for a while. Winston-Salem came right back, punted away. The Braves came back, ended up having to settle for a 24-yard field goal by Matt Davis after they drove down to the 7-yard line, and the drive ended up stalling there. But overall, a pretty good first half for the Braves, both defensively and offensively. They were hurt by a big face mask penalty on that first drive, but outside of that, the defense has been terrific. 2 sacks on the game by Mike Keck, and 1 big one by Aris Brooks as well on the last drive for Winston-Salem State. On the defensive side of the ball, though, Kendall Jacobs and Elijah Williams, Mike Lawrence as well, the leading tacklers. Jacobs had 6 tackles in that first half, none for a loss or any sacks. Elijah Williams, 4 tackles, including 1 for a loss. Mike Lawrence, 5 tackles and the interception that he had as well. On the offensive side of things, for the Braves, Patrick O'Brien went 10 of 16 in that first half for 98 yards, the touchdown. That went to B.J. Bunn, who's also the leading receiver for the Braves. He had 4 catches, 38 yards, and a touchdown. John Rich added 2 catches for 35 yards in the first half. And in terms of the rushing, it was pretty much all Cliff Jones on that last drive, doing mostly everything. Rontonio Stanley, 4 carries for 7 yards, but Jones 5 for 22. All of that coming on the field goal drive for UNCP that ended up putting them up 10-7 in this one. And overall, though, pretty good first half.
Patrick O'Brien coming into the game today. Hadn't really seen much transfer in from UNC Charlotte. Looked very sharp. Had a big pass down there to John Ridge, I believe, at the end of that first half. Good timing. You see him come out of the break, and the pass is right there.
It certainly was, as O'Brien was 0 for 3 on his first 3 passing attempts, then came back to complete 9 in a row. As the voice you just heard was Shane Irons talking a little bit about the way the Braves played. What's your impression of that first half, Shane?
Overall, the defense looked great. Coming in, it's a very young defense. You mentioned Kendall Jacobs, really a veteran leader on that defense. They were solid. They were disciplined, with the exception of a couple big plays here and there, some slight yardage. They look solid. They look great. Managed to stay away from penalties, except for that first drive, marching down the field, get the stop on 3rd and 4, and then you get the face mask. But outside of that one drive, they look solid. They look really, really solid.
And in terms of defense, we saw Mike Keck come up with 2 sacks. Aris Brooks come up with a sack as well. Liking a lot of the pressure that you're seeing on Rod Tinsley, but he's been pretty impressive with rolling out of the pocket and throwing on the run in this first half.
Yeah, he really has a lot of high percentage passes. Props to Winston-Salem State getting their quarterback comfortable like that. He's very athletic. You can see his speed, his ability to draw in defenders and then take those passes over the defense. But I definitely think the Pembroke defense has handled that well. So we'll see if they can continue that same sort of style in the second half of this ballgame.
So now I'm going to ask you to put yourself in Shane Richardson's shoes. You're there in the locker room. You've seen the way this team played in the first half. Are you making any adjustments? What's your message to the team at the locker room right now?
Keep playing your game. Keep playing your game. I don't know that I would make any major changes. The offense is doing well. I think you'd like to see a little bit better run block from your offensive line, but I wouldn't make any major changes. I think Pembroke's playing their style of football right now. They've really imposed their will, for the most part, on Winston-Salem State. So I think to this point, you just got to keep out there doing what you do best.
And in terms of Winston-Salem State, now you're Keenest Boulware, what are you doing in the locker room trying to say, hey, guys, we can take advantage of this from the Braves to try and retake the lead that it looked like at the outset of this game they were in complete control, but the Braves stormed right back and seized all momentum in this one.
Right. If I'm in there with Winston-Salem State, it's, guys, you got to stop drawing these penalties. Penalties are killing us. I'm not even sure how many they had in that first half, but it was quite a few. I think on that one drive there was just 3 alone, just continually backing them up, and you can't score when you're the one that's playing defense against yourself. So I definitely clean up the penalties, and I think this ball game could definitely be in Winston-Salem State's hands in a hurry.
Yeah, 6 penalties for 45 yards in that first half for Winston-Salem State. Just for the contrast, UNCP only 2 penalties for 20 yards, 15 of those on that face mask back on the first drive. Much more disciplined football out of the Braves, and, well, that's one of the things that Shane Richardson wanted to focus on, was playing the game the right way, a fundamentally sound football team, and we've seen that in the first half.
Yeah, fundamentals are key, you know. I mean, you can have all the talent in the world on the field, but if you can't do the little things right, you're going to suffer as a team, and they've managed to minimize those mistakes and do the little things right.
And they certainly have, and, well, take a look at some of the first half team stats as well. Pretty even in terms of plays run. Winston-Salem outgaining UNCP 162 to 125. Though a lot of that comes in the rushing game. The passing has been more or less even between Tinsley and O'Brien outside of, well, their respective first drives. But how about Marcel Caver on the receiving end for Winston-Salem State? 6 catches for 80 yards. What do you do to shut this guy down? He's been open whether they've been lining him up outside or in the slot.
And that's a tough one. Mm-hmm. He's a big guy. He always seems to be in the right place at the right time, and I think that's where you go back to the quarterback play in those situations. You know, when that quarterback rolls out, the defense starts drifting, you got to make a choice. Am I going to stay in coverage, or am I going to come up and potentially stop a run? And that great quarterback play, I think, honestly, covering him begins with keeping the quarterback in the pocket. If he can't roll out to make those plays, now your coverage is a little bit different. Everybody knows a quarterback moving on his feet buys time, creates openings. So I don't think it's necessarily a coverage change or anything like that. I think it's more of let's keep the quarterback in the pocket.
All right, and so we'll take a break once again for a couple of minutes, and when we return, we'll preview the second half a little bit more as Cameron Songer will be back on. Shane Irons, thank you very much for joining us here on the Halftime Show. It was a pleasure having you, and it was a pleasure here as UNCP leads Winston-Salem State 10-7 as we continue here at halftime from Lumbee Guarantee Bank Field in Pembroke, North Carolina. I'm Joe Vasile, back with more on the Braves Radio Network.
Back here in Pembroke, North Carolina, as there's about 4.5 minutes left on the halftime game clock with Joe Vasile. I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you so much for joining us for the UNCP Braves football home opener against the number 20 Winston-Salem State Rams. And the first half going the way of the Braves. 10-7 is the halftime score. And it is surprising if you had only watched the first 5 minutes of this game and you came back and you were suddenly like, oh my goodness, the Braves are winning in this game. As the Rams really dominated the beginning of this game.
Yeah, they certainly did, and the Cliff's Notes version of the turnaround starts and ends with Patrick O'Brien and his play. He really turned it around after those first 2 drives where he went 0 for 3 combined. Since then, 10 of 13 passing. The touchdown to B.J. Bunn, that went for 21 yards as well. His play has been some of the catalyst on offense for the Braves, and obviously the defense being strong. That's been the hallmark of this team for how many years now, and it's really showing through in this game tonight.
Code Black allowing that 75-yard opening drive for a touchdown for the Rams, and since then, it's been pretty quiet for Winston-Salem State. They have 162 yards of total offense to 125 for the Braves. However, the Rams have given away 45 yards on penalties, on 6 penalties. The Braves have just 2 penalties for 20 yards, a pair of holding calls going against the Braves. But other than that, the Braves have been pretty clean, no turnovers. It'd be nice to see them really start to break it open with some bigger plays, as they really haven't had any big plays in this game. B.J. Bunn with 4 catches for 38 yards and a long of just 21. And the long rushing play was just 6 yards for the Braves. The Rams, on the other hand, have had a 25-yard pass play and a 22-yard run. Those are the longs in each of those categories for Winston-Salem State.
Yeah, for the Braves, it's been just more of a methodical picking up 4 yards here, 5 yards here, and not really taking any more than the Rams are giving them on defense, although John Rich does have a couple of longer receptions in a 15-yarder and a 19-yarder. But other than that, there hasn't been anyone who's kind of leaped out on the Braves side of things and really been a quote-unquote big play guy in this game. And now that they've started to establish themselves on offense, maybe we do see that start to open up a little bit more in the second half.
And one thing to keep an eye on also is the pass rush and the defense and how aggressive the defenses are at trying to get after the quarterback. We talked in the pregame about 2 defensive ends, impact players, Mike Bloomfield for Winston-Salem State and Mike Keck for the UNCP Braves. And Mike Keck has really been outstanding. 2 sacks already in this game, and the defense up and down the field for the Braves has been very good.
Yeah, and we've seen Bloomfield on the other side of things kind of be held relatively quiet as well. So you've seen kind of those 2 contrasting ways that those 2 players have gone that we had the expectations for, and, well, what do you know? It ends up reflecting a little bit up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's 10-7 UNCP. They will get the ball to start the second half. 10 first downs for the Rams, just 8 for the Braves. And just about every measurable category, the Braves kind of got the short end in the first half. They were outpassed and allowed more rushing yards, but suddenly the Rams look up. They felt like they played a pretty good first half, and they're losing. It's a 10-7 score. Cliff Jones, the leading rusher for the Braves, at 5 carries for 22 yards and a long of 6. Where Antonio Stanley had 4 carries for 7 yards. And for the Rams in the running game, Tyree Massey, 8 carries for 50 yards with a long of 22, 5.9 yards per carry. But that's been pretty much it. The Rams dropping back to pass just as much as the Braves, 16 attempts for each team, which resulted in 122 yards for the Rams versus 98 for the Braves. But that one interception was absolutely huge. The Braves able to intercept a pass. It was Mike Lawrence who had the interception that stopped a promising-looking Winston-Salem State drive, and then it led straight to a Braves touchdown on the ensuing drive on the pass, the 21-yard pass from Patrick O'Brien to B.J. Bunn, one that he kind of bobbled a little bit and then was finally able to haul in, make a couple juke moves, and score. And then right at the end of the half, the Braves able to drive down the field, kick a field goal with 2:30 to go, then make the stop that ultimately led to the end of the half as the Braves fizzled out on their last potential drive. So the Braves ended the first half with the ball. They'll start the second half with the ball. The halftime clock has hit 0, and they've reset to 15 minutes on the third quarter game clock. We are almost ready to go here as the Braves and Winston-Salem State Rams are ready to go. Second half of the season opener for both teams. Shane Richardson, the head coach of the UNCP Braves, and Kianis Bolware, coach of the Winston-Salem State Rams, both in their second season with their respective programs after spending at least 5 years as the defensive coordinator at that school. So while they might be new as head coaches, this is for both of them their first collegiate head coaching job. They are both familiar with this team, familiar with this program, and I think for both coaches, they like where their teams are at this point. The first game of the season is often a learning experience for both teams. You get a chance to find out who is stepping up, who's going to be a leader on your team. You find some of that out in preseason, but you don't know for real until you strap the pads on. And then also, which of your young guys can you rely on? On to kick for the Rams. It's Will Johnson, and it's a high kick falling inside the 5-yard line, fielded by the Braves. This looks like number 29, and he breaks free. This is Huffman. He's down across the 40-yard line to about the 43. He got a nice block, no flags down, and the Braves will have excellent field position to start their first drive of the second half. So 1st and 10 for the Braves on the big return by Teron Huffman, the redshirt sophomore from Bailey, North Carolina. And the Braves will come out 1st and 10. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, a tight end in the formation on the right side. In a pistol formation, Patrick O'Brien, and the running back behind him. It's a give, and it's Rontonio Stanley. He dances up the middle, and he stays on his feet. He breaks past the initial defense and all the way across midfield down to the 45-yard line before he's pushed out of bounds. He ran into the pile. It looked like he was down and then magically reappeared on the other side. First down for the Braves into Rams territory.
Yeah, and a good run by Rontonio Stanley, like you said, to keep the feet going and get that second effort, picking up the first down into Ram territory.
So the Braves looking good on their first drive of the second half, as they will reset the play clock here. 14:40 to go. Braves with the 10-7 lead, and Patrick O'Brien back in the shotgun formation. The man in motion. It's Span, and a little pitch to him. He spins past one, falls forward, and he is taken down for a gain of about 2. Leading the charge on the tackle is number 40, Mike Bloomfield for the Rams. It'll be 2nd and 8. If you're just joining us, it's been a good one, and we're glad you're joining us right now with Joe Vasile. I'm Cameron Songer. Rams and Braves football in a very good game, a kind of a heated rivalry here in this neck of the woods. Winston-Salem State and UNC Pembroke, as the Rams hustling some players on the field late. Let's see if the Braves can get the playoff. There are way too many players on the field right now for the Rams, and it looks like they will be forced to take a timeout. A serious miscommunication going on there for Winston-Salem State, and they will be forced to burn a timeout. 13:56 to go in the third quarter. This play is officially a timeout. We will take a break here. We'll be back in 30 seconds. You're listening to UNCP Braves football.
The University of North Carolina at Pembroke was founded in 1887 by American Indians to provide education to the local community to ensure a pathway to success. Today, we're part of the world-renowned University of North Carolina system, but the spirit of our founding still guides us. Our strong academics are exemplified by standout programs in education, athletic training, business, and nursing, and by students working with professors on groundbreaking research. Explore the brave spirit today. At the University of North Carolina at Pembroke, our student athletes find balance between their academic and athletic activities. With graduation rates...
Braves have 2nd and 8 from the Rams' 43-yard line. Cameron Songer, Joe Vasile here on the UNCP Braves radio network. Patrick O'Brien comes out with an empty backfield, 2 receivers to his right, 3 to his left. Gets the shotgun snap, a quick screen to his left side. Breaking through the initial defense is number 27 for the Braves. That's Sean Everett. That can't be right. He's listed as a red shirt. Or it's number 87, excuse me. It's Mack, the receiver.
And it was Rick Mack who had the first reception of this game for the Braves, and coming through with his second of the game here. Trying to keep this drive alive, setting up a 3rd and short.
So 3rd and 4 for the Braves from the Rams' 39-yard line. 2 receivers in a bunched up kind of situation, and now the Braves will take a timeout. And we've not even played 2 minutes here in the 3rd quarter. Now each team has down to 2 timeouts in this game. I'm not sure what the Braves were doing there. They ran up to the line of scrimmage, and I'm not sure if they just had the wrong personnel package out there or what, because if they hadn't gotten up to the line, they could have, subbed guys out or something. Instead, they're burning a timeout, but that just puts them even now with Winston-Salem State.
Yeah, it's certainly not something that you'd like to do at this juncture in the game, to have to burn your first time out with over 13 minutes left in this second half. But I guess really the only saving grace is that Winston-Salem State's had to do the same thing, so it's not putting you at a disadvantage at this point, but certainly not something that I'm sure Shane Richardson liked to have done.
Now chalk that one up to first game jitters, I guess, as both teams still figuring things out. It's the first game of the season. And on top of that, it's a Thursday night game. So, normally the first game of the season, you'd have an extra 2 days of preparation. Not that the whole summer, you could say, oh, they had the whole summer to prepare. You're not spending the whole summer preparing for the week 1 opponent. You're not spending the whole summer necessarily preparing for the game. You're working on a lot of other things, some conditioning and whatnot. So 3rd and 4 for the Braves. Each team down to 2 timeouts. A motion man from right to left. Shotgun snap. O'Brien looking deep, complete to Bunn, and he's pushed out of bounds inside the 30 to the 27-yard line. First down, Braves.
And when O'Brien has needed a completion in this game, he has looked the way of B.J. Bunn, and he hasn't disappointed with 5 grabs now, coming up with another big first down. Just a little out route that time, but a good job by Bunn to have that awareness along the sideline, get the foot down before he ended up getting thrust out.
Great placement on that ball, too, by O'Brien. Back shoulder, or only B.J. Bunn could get to it. Pistol formation now, 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Low snap, it's bobbled, and then the handoff gets to Stanley. He's going to try to pounce it to the outside. He goes out of bounds for about 3 yards. Something of a broken play there, and the Braves were able to salvage a couple of yards out of it.
Yeah, after that low snap, it allowed the Rams' defensive line to get some good penetration and, forced Stanley to quickly just try and take it to the outside to get back to the line of scrimmage, which it looks like he was able to do, maybe a gain of a half yard on the play. But just a good job to try and get things back to square one and not lose yards on the play.
So 2nd and 10 for the Braves, under 13 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. UNCP up 10-7 and threatening for more. Showing blitz, dropping back to pass, a complete over the middle. B.J. Bunn breaks the tackle. He's going towards the end zone. He's taken down from behind at the 5-yard line. Winston-Salem State brought pressure, and the Braves burned him for it.
Yeah, just a good play that time by Bunn, which took advantage of the blitz that Winston-Salem State was coming in, and then to break the tackle and nearly break off his 2nd touchdown of the game with the good second effort that we've seen out of him now a couple of times in this game. First down and goal from about the 5-yard line. Another good opportunity for the Braves to extend this lead from 3 points where it currently is.
Now, the last time the Braves were inside the 10, they had to settle for a field goal. Let's see if they're thinking bigger here. They're thinking big in terms of bringing on a big package. Handoff goes up the middle, and the dive for the goal line. Looks like he came about a yard short. Cliff Jones made the dive, and he was hit hard as he lowered the shoulder near the goal line.
And Jones made a good hard run towards the goal line, but came up about a yard shy that time. Thought that he might have been able to get in on first glance, but kind of the angle that we're looking at the play doesn't really give a good indication of that right now, and did just come up short. Now they'll have a couple more cracks to try and get in. Big package again.
Yeah, 2 fullbacks and a running back. Under center is O'Brien. It looks like Jones is staying out there as the tailback. Opportunity to run block here for these O-linemen. Handoff up the middle. Flag comes down. The surge down towards the middle. I don't think the plane was broken. The flag, or it's a touchdown. Official signaling a touchdown, but I believe there was a flag on the play.
Yeah, the linesman was signaling touchdown. We'll wait to see, and it is officially going to be a touchdown for the Braves.
6 points for UNCP on the inside handoff to Cliff Jones, and he powered up against that big D line for Winston-Salem State. 16-7 now, UNCP. 11:22 to go in the third quarter. This is the first time we've seen either team take a lead of more than one score.
Very fitting that it was Cliff Jones who's been pretty much the heart and soul of the running game so far in this one.
Extra point attempt on the way. It's a low one, but it's up and good. As Matt Davis tacks on the extra point. 17-7 now, UNCP. 11:22 to go in the third quarter. Braves will have to kick off. Rams looking for answers. We'll be right back. You're listening to UNCP Braves Football.
Are you looking for a career that is both rewarding and has growth potential? Have you considered accounting? The Bureau of Labor Statistics estimates that employment opportunities for accountants will increase by 22% over the next 10 years. For general information about becoming an accountant, visit www.startheregoplaces.com and then call 910-521-6214 to learn more about the accounting program at the University of North Carolina at Pembroke. Are you looking for a
Back here on the UNCP Braves radio network at Grace P. Johnson Stadium, Lumbee Guarantee Bank Field is rocking in Pembroke as the Braves just marched down the field on the opening drive of the third quarter and scored a touchdown. It's 17-7 home team as the Braves looking to put away the number 20 Winston-Salem State Rams. With Joe Vasile, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you so much for joining us on a beautiful Thursday night under the lights in Pembroke, North Carolina. And a very fun way to start the 2015 college football season.
Yeah, it certainly is, and if this is any indication of some of the games that we're in store for the rest of the year, Cameron, it should be a very good year.
Matt Davis on to kick. It's a kick that sails towards the far sideline and bounces out of bounds. The flag goes down, and that is not what he wanted. Davis goes down to a knee. He is not happy with himself as he ran up the field to about the 40-yard line. He just gifted the Rams with very good field position on the illegal procedure on the kickoff.
Yeah, that was kicking the kickoff out of bounds is something that, as a kicker, you know is the cardinal sin. You've got a 53-yard wide field. You just got to get it in that area, and when you can't do that, I mean, you know you messed up, and you feel bad going back to the sideline after that one, and because you know you're going to end up getting chewed out for it.
So the Rams will take over with pretty good field position, as they are certainly taking their time on the sidelines. As the officials still waiting to set this ball down. It seems like this should be one where they get it down and get going pretty quickly after there's a little bit of a delay between the last touchdown and the kick, but there's really been a little bit of a pause here in between the kickoff and the resumption of this game. So gives the Braves defense a chance to get a little bit more fired up. They just watched their team score a touchdown, but they came out of the locker room. They knew that they were going to have some time between when they came out of the locker room and then finally taking the field. It allows them to prepare mentally, I think, for any adjustments that the Rams made at halftime, because you know they made some adjustments.
Oh, they certainly had to have made some adjustments. I don't know if you make too many on the offensive side of things. I mean, Tinsley's been good. Tyree Massey's been good running the ball, but, well, a lot of their play comes down to that offensive line not being able to fend off some of the pass rush that UNCP's been able to get on them. And that's really where they faltered quite a bit. And, of course, the interception.
Now the official's sending the Braves defense back over to the sideline as he finally makes the signal for the illegal kickoff out of bounds. And I'm not sure why it took them so long to make that call. There was also a penalty on Winston-Salem State, is what they're saying now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it looks like an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty came in against Winston-Salem State, and the penalties are going to offset, and we're going to re-kick.
What a break here for Matt Davis. And as any kind of athlete, when you make a mistake out there on the field, the last thing you want to do is have to sit and stew about it. So what an opportunity this is for this young man to go back out onto the field and get to make up for the fact that he just kicked the ball out of bounds. Not just that, but there's the penalty on Winston-Salem State was greater, so they're actually going to kick off from 10 yards further upfield. Matt Davis will be kicking off from the 45-yard line, and if I'm him in this situation, granted, I was never a college kicker or even a high school kicker. I can barely kick a football to save my life. Just kick this ball out of the back of the end zone. Let them take it at the 25-yard line. Get your defense on the field. Get over to the sidelines with a smile on your face. But Also, you know, coaches have talked about a situation like this where the ball is a little bit further up. You can kick it higher and really try to pin the opposing team a little bit deeper. We'll see what Matt Davis chooses to do here. They've had some time to really think about it after that long pause. So here is the kickoff. It's high and deep, and in the back half of the end zone, it's going to sail out of the back of the end zone. There you go. Matt Davis will go back, pick up his tee, and head back to the sideline on the touchback.
And just a good job to boom that one right out of the back and set the Rams up at the 25-yard line, just like you said. Well, you don't want to risk the long return or anything like that of trying to pooch it high and then pinning them deep. Yes, a great benefit, but you rather just take the sure thing. You know exactly where that ball is going to be, and you eliminate any kind of big play.
So on offense for the first time in the second half come the Winston-Salem State Rams. Rod Tinsley Jr., under center at quarterback. Tyree Massey, the tailback behind him. They motion a fullback, Goodson, to the left. They hand off left and trying to get cut back, and not much room there for Massey. He spins and falls forward, gain of about 2 or 3, as the whole Braves defensive line was there ready to make that tackle.
Man, they kind of gave away the run to the left there by motioning Goodson over to that side to get that extra body there as the lead blocker. And the back end of the Braves defensive line was able to do a nice job of swallowing that one up before Massey could take advantage of Goodson's blocking.
10:50 to go in the third quarter. It's a 17-7 Braves lead. Dropping back to pass, and the short screen complete to Williams. He falls forward across the 35 to about the 36. Flag comes in late. It is enough for first down yardage for the Rams on the screen pass from Tinsley to Williams, but we'll have to see what the result of this flag is. Rams players talking to the refs saying it was a late hit on the Braves. It could have been a late hit on the quarterback or on the wide receiver. And the ref signaling a face mask against the Braves. So 15-yard personal foul penalty against the Braves on what was already a 10-yard pass completion. And that will move the Rams way up across midfield into Braves territory on the 49-yard line.
Yeah, that just turned that into a 25-yard play for the Rams and into Braves territory after the face mask. Second big face mask penalty against this Braves defense.
Handoff right and trying to bounce off right tackle with a little bit of space. He gets through and still running free is number 26, Kerryon Moore, his first touch of the night, and he takes it for about 16 yards. Really bruising, punishing running style.
Yeah, and Moore is now the 7th different Rams player to have gotten at least one carry in this game, and well, he breaks off a 16-yard rush first time he touches the ball.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of different players for Winston-Salem State, and none of Justice Pickett, the guy we talked about in the pregame as the transfer from Tennessee. 2 receivers, one on each side, and the ball's dropped. Trying to go back to the same running back, and not much there. The Braves defense swallows him up. It's a loss of 4. Moore just couldn't take the handoff, couldn't get it to stick in his grill.
Yeah, and a good job on the back end of that play by the Braves to contain that one for the loss that it ended up being. After the exchange was dropped, it was Kendall Jacobs who got in for the tackle in the backfield, coming all the way up from the safety position.
So 2nd and 14 from the Braves' 36-yard line for the Rams. We're under 10 minutes to go. Rams down 17-7. Braves defense trying to come off the field once again. Toss right to Massey. He breaks one tackle, gets forward, but doesn't get back to the original line of scrimmage. A loss of about 2 on the play. A great surge there. And coming in to finish off the play was Garrett Barnett. The outside linebacker comes in and drops him for a loss of 2.
Yeah, Barnett ended up cleaning that one up. The first hit in the backfield was made by Marquin Hill, who did a good job getting back. And now it's 3rd and 16. Line to gain is all the way down at the 23-yard line for the Rams.
The Rams come out with an empty backfield. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Rod Tinsley all alone in the backfield. He's in the shotgun. The Braves saw it coming, so they bring in their dime package to counter. Here's the shotgun snap. They rush 4, stepping up, looking to the right side. It's high and deep, and did he get a foot down in bounds? He did not. Incomplete pass. They were looking for number 4, Rashawn Williams, the junior from Carson, California, who had a big catch earlier, but he was not able to get down in bounds inside the 10-yard line, and the Rams will trot out the punting unit.
Yeah, Mike Lawrence with the good coverage down the field that time for the Braves. He Braves had himself a very nice game rather quietly at the cornerback position. The interception, some tackles to go along, and some good coverage down the field.
Braves having some trouble figuring out what personnel they want to get out on the field, but the Rams in no hurry to snap the ball. Punting from the 50-yard line is Will Johnson. It's a high kick, and it kind of hangs up there. It's rolling, and it's going to get out of bounds inside the 5-yard line along the far side.
That is an absolute beaut of a punt by the southpaw, Will Johnson. It was a nice high punt angled towards the far right corner, hit down just outside the 10, and then just rolled right out of bounds at the 5. The Braves have their work cut out for them on offense for sure.
They will have to go 95 yards if they want to see the end zone on this drive, but they have the ball back, and they have a 10-point lead, and there's 8:39 to go in the third quarter. Still a lot of football to play in this game. That was another good stop by Code Black defensively, and Patrick O'Brien brings his offensive unit right back out onto the field. The Rams able to move the ball into Braves territory, punting from about midfield. I'm surprised they didn't try to potentially bring out a fake there, but the Braves still have to suffer with having to go the length of the field here. Quick screen pass set up. Teron Huffman on the near side. He's able to break one tackle and get down to the 10, 11-yard line, and he's going to be shaken up. A little slow to get up is Teron Huffman. Officials blowing the play dead. He will be visited by the medical staff. He will have to come out for at least one play. And you start to wonder here at this point in the game, whenever a player goes down, it's never a good thing on either side. We fortunately haven't seen it at this point. How much of it is actually injury and how much of it is just cramps or fatigue. It's a hot, humid night. Looks like this is a little bit more serious. So Huffman goes down. We will take a break. We will be right back here at Lumpy Guarantee Bank Field. Braves leading 17-7.
Say, you're an overachiever and want to take an extra class. Who can you call?
The registrar.
So you don't know who your advisor is or how to register for class? Who are you going to call?
The registrar.
So you want to graduate and don't know if you can? Who are you going to call?
The registrar's office.
Get a clue on how to meet your educational goals. Call or stop by the office of the registrar.
UNCP Student Health Services is located next to the nursing building and across the Livermore Library. In addition to primary medicine,
all right, so
students are
Teron
offered
Huffman able
contraceptive
to
health
walk
education
off
and
the field under his
immunizations.
own power. That's nice to see. 2nd and 4 coming up for the Braves. And out of the pistol formation, Patrick O'Brien with a running back behind him, 2 receivers to his left, 1 to his right. Rams potentially showing blitz out of the safety spot. High snap. O'Brien struggles with it, and he's just going to go down. He is swarmed and taken down. It looked like pretty much the whole Rams defensive line was there. Number 99, that's Joe Wright, able to come in and make the stop.
Yeah, nothing really that O'Brien could do that time after he was able to finally corral the high snap. Didn't try to be a hero, just protected the football and ended up going down for the sack. It's not something you like, but it was the smart play there.
And if he doesn't get his hands on it, that's rolling into the end zone, either out of the back of the end zone for a safety or just becoming a free ball that Winston-Salem State could potentially pick up and score for a touchdown. Loss of 4 on the play, so 3rd and 9 from their own 6-yard line for the Braves. Shotgun formation. O'Brien gets the snap. He has it easily here. Steps up into the pocket, throwing down the near sideline. Bunn was pushed out of bounds before he could get to the ball, and the flag will come out a little bit late, but they will hit Winston-Salem State for the pass interference here.
Yeah, Bunn had his hands up looking for that pass interference call as soon as that ball went by him, and he was able to get the flag, although the referee's now conveying there is a linesman with a hat off, which indicates that he did go out of bounds as well.
So let's see what the official calls here. He is going to say pass interference. Now, if he was pushed out of bounds, I'm not sure. I think that can also be considered pass interference if the pass interference then also happens. So automatic first down here for the Braves as Winston-Salem State bails them out with another penalty. It's the first penalty they've committed of the second half. But we certainly saw them commit quite a few in the first half. In the first half, Winston-Salem State 6 penalties, giving up 45 yards. And it bites them here as the Braves have a fresh set of downs. Shotgun formation here for O'Brien, or running back to his right, 2 receivers on either side. He gets the snap, he drops back to pass. He's looking deep over the middle, complete. No, it was dropped. Wow, that was close. And tremendous effort there by number 80, Jonathan Allen, but the hit was coming. He kind of felt it. He got his hands on it. It was bouncing around. He just couldn't keep it and go to the turf in time.
Yeah, that would have been a phenomenal catch by Allen if he was able to hang on to it. And can't really blame him for not being able to there. Was kind of juggling the ball as he got hit. But a good job by O'Brien to kind of put that one in a position where Allen could have made the play had he been able to field it cleanly.
The Braves liking O'Brien on the pass. They come out in an empty set, 5 wide, 3 to the left, 2 to the right. O'Brien with the shotgun snap. Just a 4-man rush. He has time, throws over the middle, complete, and down is Allen. They go back to him, and this time he does make the catch. The throw is a little bit behind him. He's able to fall down just short of the 30-yard line. This is going to be third and very manageable for the Braves.
Allen, just 5'8", 175, another small wide receiver in this game, seeing his first action now out of Asheville, North Carolina.
7 minutes to go in the third quarter. Braves still up 17-7. They have 3rd and 2 from their own 29-yard line. The yard to gain is about the 31. Quick snap and a quick throw. Bunn on the screen on the right side. He has more than enough for the first down as he tumbles down to about the 40. He's just short of the 40, down to about the 38-yard line. First down, Braves.
I like that there from the Braves. They came out of the huddle, sprinted up to the line, and got that play off before Winston-Salem State could even recognize what formation they were in, which led to the quick mismatch and able to hit Bunn quickly for the first down.
Another catch for B.J. Bunn, his 7th of the night. He will trot off the field here. He will be replaced by number 88, Stedman Rush. Lines up on the right side. He's the only receiver there. 2 to the left and 1 running back in the pistol formation. O'Brien lets the defense come up. Play clock down to 5. This time he'll try a screen short to the left. It's a little bit short of the wide receiver and not much there. It looks like that's probably a loss of 1 or 2. That was number 87, Mack, making the catch there. And there was really nothing he could do. The pass was behind him. He almost had to go to a knee even to make the catch. And at that point, he might have been better off letting it go. But it was so close to being a lateral, I think he felt he had to catch it.
Hey, always got to be careful with some of those screen passes because they can end up being those backwards passes sometimes that, of course, when they are incomplete, they actually count as fumbles rather than just regular incomplete passes.
So a loss of 2 for the Braves. 2nd and 12 from their own 37. 5:45 to go third quarter with the Braves up by 10 points. 2 receivers on either side out of the shotgun. Handoff goes up the middle. Not much there. Breaking one, though, however, it looked like that's Rontonio Stanley. And he's able to fall down to about the 40-yard line. Gain of about 3 or 4. We'll bring up 3rd and 8 from the Braves' 41-yard line.
Now with the Braves on each of their last 3 drives that didn't end in the end of the half, having scored, whether it was a touchdown or a field goal. This is a big third down here to see if they can keep that momentum going. They've been much better in terms of converting those third downs, obviously, on those last few drives. But this is not an easy one.
So the Braves bunching 3 receivers to the left on 3rd and 8. Play clock down to 5. O'Brien needs to get this snap off. He's in the shotgun. 2, 1, gets the snap off. He has some time. Looking to the left. It's complete, and it's going to be well short of the first down there. Jonathan Hugh on the reception. He's down to about the 45-yard line. And with a 4th and about 4 coming up, I think the Braves are thinking about punting here. It looks like Ben Utter will come off the sideline, the punter, ready to punt and potentially pin the Rams back.
And kind of lost in how good the Braves' offense and defense have played since those first couple of drives of the game has been how good Ben Utter was in his first 2 punts, averaging 46.5 yards on his first 2 punts, doing a good job of setting up the Rams in bad field position.
Another cannon off the foot of Ben Utter. This one bounces into the end zone in the air. He was punting there from inside his own 40, a 55-yard punt by Ben Utter in the air. He didn't even need a bounce for that one. And it's a touchback. The Rams will take over from their own 20-yard line, so the Braves able to reverse field position there on that drive after the last Winston-Salem State punt had pinned the Braves on their own 5-yard line. So it's not a touchdown. It's not even a scoring play, but I think that's a win for the Braves on that offensive possession.
No, it certainly is. Whenever you get a chance, if you can't score, to at least flip field position the way that the Braves were able to there because of that great punt. you got to at least chalk that one up as a win and move on and try and come up with a stop on defense.
Under center is Tinsley. He will roll to his right, looking to the right, throwing deep, and that's going to go out of bounds, incomplete. He was looking for Rashawn Williams on the coverage there for the Braves. Number 38, Josh Manns, coming in from the safety spot to help force that pass into a spot where no one could get to it. Second down coming up, exactly 4 minutes left on the third quarter game clock. 17-7, Braves have the lead. Rod Tinsley Jr., the quarterback for Winston-Salem State, they're letting him throw right here early in this third quarter as they recognize they're down by more than one score. He's rolling to his right. It's a delayed draw play, and the handoff goes to Massey. He lowers the shoulder, falls forward, gain of about 5, and it'll be third and medium coming up for Winston-Salem State.
Now, 11th carry of the game for Tyree Massey as he just now eclipses 50 yards in this game. A good run there, just right up the gut on the delay. We've seen the Rams run a lot of delayed handoffs and have some good success with that in this game.
No huddle as the Rams hustle up to the line. A fullback and a running back, and under center is Tinsley. He makes a deep drop back and the slip screen to Massey. He has enough for the first down. He's still on his feet across the 35 down to the 36-yard line. A gain of about 10 there for Winston-Salem State, enough for a first down.
And again, we saw a lot of slip screens early on, and as the Braves started to be able to sniff those out, the Rams went away from it. Now going back to it there on 3rd and 5 and picking up the first down now that, well, the Braves may be back on their heels a little bit.
Yeah, the Braves had been pretty aggressive in terms of rushing the passer. 2 sacks on one drive near the end of the half. Here's the pitch to Massey as he goes towards the right side. Turns the corner, gets upfield for a gain of about 6. Nice job to plant the outside foot by Massey and cut upfield.
Yeah, Massey's starting to really come on this drive for the Rams. He's been good more or less all game, but really starting to emerge here as now he'll be subbed out. And coming in is Malik Mosley to replace him. Just give him a little bit of a breather as he's had 3 touches and picked up, well, 21 yards on this drive.
2nd and 5 from their own 41 for the Rams. Motion man is the fullback. Another delayed handoff that goes up the middle to Mosley, and he's taken down short of the first down marker. The line to gain is about the 46-yard line. He's down about the 44, so 3rd and 2 coming up for Winston-Salem State. And another test coming up here for the Braves defense.
Mosley had several touches early on in this game, came out in about the second quarter, is now re-entered late in the third. Perhaps will play a big role as this game enters its final quarter.
2:10 to go in the third quarter. 17-7, Braves lead, trying to hold off the number 20 team in Division II football. Braves stunt like they're going to blitz, and the flags come out. I think they might have gotten someone on Winston-Salem State to jump off sides. Let's see what the official has to say. It is a false start on Winston-Salem State. Move them back 5 yards and make it now 3rd and 7. A big penalty at a key moment for Winston-Salem State.
Yeah, and the penalties are just killing the Rams in this one, and they continue to here. Now 9 penalties for 80 yards that the Rams have surrendered in this game, and well, it's no wonder they're down on the scoreboard with giving up that much yardage.
Tinsley with the empty backfield, throws short over the middle, incomplete. Coming in for the hit was number 42, Garrett Barnett. It was an uncatchable ball, and that fires up the Braves sideline. Winston-Salem State is not happy there. That was a low throw. It had gotten past the wide receiver anyway, and a pretty defenseless wide receiver got laid out by a linebacker.
Not only that, but Barnett nearly was able to come away with a pick as well. And when he wasn't able to corral the pass, he just laid a big lick on the receiver.
So on to punt is Will Johnson. He will drop back and kicks it high. It's catchable for the Braves, and it's fumbled. It bounces off of one of the Braves players. It looks like that was Huffman who was in there, and we'll see who's on the bottom of this scrum for the football. Teron Huffman and B.J. Bunn were both back to return the punt. They kicked it away from Bunn. Rams pointing like they have the ball. Let's see what the official says. It looks like the Winston-Salem State sideline is fired up. It is first down Winston-Salem State on the fumble on the punt by Teron Huffman. A huge turn of events for the Braves defense. They thought they were going to get off the field. They brought the punt unit out there for Winston-Salem State. And the Braves offense is going to be stuck on the sidelines for now as the ball moves well upfield. 1st and 10 for the Rams from the Braves' 30-yard line. this could be the break they need. First turnover of the game by UNCP. And the Rams offense gets ready to go once again. I formation. 2 tight ends. And under center is Tinsley. He will try the reverse. No, it's a fake, and he is taken down hard. 2 Braves right there. Number 13, Carlos Manning, was in there, as was number 42, Garrett Barnett. And that trick play wasn't fooling anyone.
Yeah, they faked the reverse that time, and the Braves were not fooled at all. That's the 4th sack now that they've had on Tinsley. They had 4 sacks against Winston-Salem State in last year's game as well. They're just doing a good job of getting pressure on Tinsley, and that time he had absolutely nowhere to go after the double fake.
Play clock down to 5. They're still rushing players out there onto the field. It looks like they might be able to get this snap off. 1-0. They do get it off. They'll pitch left, looking for Mosley. He tries to cut back upfield, and there is nothing there for him. He gets back to the line of scrimmage for no gain. And 2nd and 20. It will now be 3rd and 20. And importantly for Winston-Salem State, that 10-yard sack took them out of field goal range. They tried to go short there, and now they will bring a more pass-friendly kind of unit out there onto the field. I'm surprised they even have a running back out there, that they've usually gone 5 wide in this kind of situation. Instead, they still have a tight end and a running back out there. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, as the Braves can play pass here on 3rd and 20. Dropping back to pass, Tinsley has time, looking over the middle, and it is up in the air, and it falls incomplete. 3 Braves were there. They were looking for number 11, Caver, and a handful of Braves there to make that play. Garrett Barnett, the linebacker, dropped back into deep pass coverage, knocked it down, had a shot at the pick. Instead, it falls to the turf, and it'll bring up 4th down.
Yeah, Marcel Caver has been blanked in this 3rd quarter after he was the leading receiver in the first half for either team. And it looked like that time what the Rams did was they brought in that tight end and the running back to serve just as extra blocking for Tinsley. And of course, when you send those extra guys back to block rather than go out on a route, it makes the coverage a lot easier on the Braves side, which allowed them to have 3 guys all around Caver as that pass came in.
4 seconds left on the 3rd quarter game clock. They will reset the play clock here as there was an error up there in the scoring booth. On to punt is Will Johnson. Back deep to return just 1 man. It's B.J. Bunn. And punting from about the 50-yard line as he kicks it high and towards the near sideline. Bunn will let it bounce. Let's see if it bounces into the end zone. No, the Rams get to it at about the 4 or 5-yard line. There wasn't really much Bunn could have done there. If he had fielded it, he would have been at about the 6 or 7, maybe 8-yard line with footsteps around him. And the Braves have already had one problem there in terms of trying to field a punt. So instead, the Braves will take over when we come back from this break. It's the end of the 3rd quarter. 15 minutes left to go in this ball game. The Braves in excellent position to pull off an upset. It's 17-7. Don't go anywhere. 4th quarter coming up next. You're listening to UNCP Braves Football.
The Esther G. Maynard Honors College at UNC Pembroke offers driven students an advanced learning community to live, learn, and grow together while on campus. Our scholars not only take specialized honors courses as part of their general curriculum, but also enjoy regular co-curricular events on and off campus with access to opportunities exclusive to Honors College members. Find out more about our Maynard Honors College and our scholarships today.
Back here in Pembroke, North Carolina, the UNCP Braves have a 17-7 lead over the Winston-Salem State Rams. An upset brewing here at Lumpy Guarantee Bank Field with Joe Vasile. I'm Cameron Songer. Joe, what do the Braves have to do to finish this one out?
Well, it's to continue to play stout defense the way that they have this entire game. They have bent at times but have not broken. They've taken advantage of the penalties that the Rams have committed. And on offense, they've just done an excellent job of executing. That's why they're up on the scoreboard. That's what they need to continue. It's only a 10-point lead. It's not insurmountable for the Rams, especially a team that is capable of some of the firepower that we saw in that 1st quarter. But for now, the Braves in the driver's seat.
Braves handoff, working from their own 5-yard line, working off the left tackle. That's Cliff Jones on the handoff. And he didn't have much room to work there, but did fall forward. He's a little bit slow to get up. And Rams player is a little bit slow to get up as well. B.J. Bunn was also a little bit slow to get up. He got tangled up, but the last player to get up is the Rams player. He's still down, and out comes the training staff. So the Braves have the ball first. They had the ball 1st and 10 from their own 5. They run the ball off left tackle, gain of 3. 2nd and 7 coming up from their own 8. As the injured player gets attended to. We'll keep it here for now because we just came back from a break. So we'd like to be able to sit and talk about just how fantastic the atmosphere has been in this game. Really a full house, standing room only at Grace P. Johnson Stadium. And we're about 2 or 3 deep along the rail near the gate to our right, near the Braves sideline. Just an impressive showing from the local community here in Pembroke.
Yeah, and why not? It's a beautiful Thursday night for a football game. You've got a couple of very good teams going up against each other here tonight, and this game is kind of delivered on all of the expectations that you could have had going into it. You thought this was going to be a good defensive game because that's really the strengths of both of these teams, and it's delivered on that. You've seen some good quarterback play from both sides as well, out of guys who have never started for their respective teams, and really, even if you're the Rams, you're down by 10 on the scoreboard, you've still got that hope that maybe you can pull this one out. That's why everyone's sticking around. It's a close game. It's a good game. And, of course, everyone hoping to see a Braves victory, except for that patch of red there on the other side.
Yeah, one of the 2 bleachers over there on the far sideline is pretty much all red shirts. Otherwise, a mostly black and gold crowd in attendance here tonight as the player gets helped off the field. That's number 98, Quinton Alton, who's one of the key players on the defensive line for Winston-Salem State, the starting defensive tackle, a senior from Memphis, Tennessee, who transferred there from Memphis before the 2013 season. He is very slow to get to the sideline. We'll take a look at the stats through 3 quarters. Winston-Salem State trailing 17-7. They do have the edge in first downs. They have the edge in rushing yards. They trail in passing yards, 168 to 141, and each team has turned the ball over 1 time. It looks like, again, the story penalties. Winston-Salem State, 9 penalties, 80 yards. UNCP, just 4 penalties for 40 yards.
And another thing that leaps out is Winston-Salem State with the time of possession advantage for now, 24 minutes to about 21 minutes for UNCP. But there was a point when they had about a 10-minute advantage. UNCP has been very much in control of the game since the end of the first quarter.
Remember, the first team to score in this game was Winston-Salem State, and it was on the opening drive of the game less than 5 minutes in. It was 7-0 with 10:03 to go in the first quarter. Since then, it has literally been all Braves.
Yeah, 17 consecutive unanswered points, which I guess is redundant, but 17 unanswered points for the Rams since that touchdown. And like I said, 3 consecutive drives where they all scored except for the one drive that ended in the end of the first half. And now trying to get back in that groove now, or at least just once again flip field position the way that the Rams were able to just do.
Yeah, the Braves don't necessarily have to score on this drive if they can run some clock, switch the field position, and keep this clock moving, keep the game moving, and essentially just make it really difficult for the Rams. They're going to be in great position to ride this one out. It's a 2-possession game right now. As the clock remains stopped, Shane Richardson, the head coach of the Braves, now having a word with the head official, as I think there's some debate about whether the clock should have started or whether the Rams should be penalized a timeout or what. I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about there.
Now, your guess is as good as mine, and well, apparently neither of our guesses is very good.
As the officials trot back out onto the field, there are no players being removed from action or any indication that anything is going to change. 14:44 on the 4th quarter game clock. The Braves have 2nd and 7 from their own 8-yard line. The game clock and play clock resume here as we get back underway. Handoff up the middle, a little bit of space, the spin move, and falling down. It looked like that ball might have almost come out there at the end of the run, but a very good run there. That's number 23 for UNCP. No, 33, DeMonte Rem. The number 2 got bunched up on his jersey a little bit. So Rem with the good long carry there, enough for a first down. 1st and 10 to their own 20 now for the Braves. Ball on the left hash, 14:20 to go in the ball game. Braves up 17-7. Rem remains out there in the backfield. 1 receiver to the left is JoJo Span, and 3 to the right. O'Brien in the shotgun. Four-man front for the Rams. Handoff, no, up the middle. It's an option run, and O'Brien has some space up the near sideline. The Rams defense doesn't know what's going on, and he gets all the way to the 50-yard line. A 30-yard run for Patrick O'Brien. And the late flag comes in. It's thrown at the 50-yard line, and that might be excessive celebration there on the Braves, or maybe a block in the back.
I believe it is going to end up being a block in the back on Rick Mack. Looked like he came in at the end of that play and might have gotten a late block in. Either way, this is going against the Braves.
And it's going against the Braves, and the official saying that was a personal foul. So maybe it was a late hit or a...
O'Brien might have already been out of bounds by the time the hit was levied.
I'm not sure what he was hitting for. I mean, he was way upfield. If you're trying to spring a block, usually it's pretty close to the guy who's running with the ball. You're not necessarily trying to spring a block 20 yards up the field for your not particularly mobile quarterback. So that backs the Braves way up. In fact, it looks like they're going all the way back to the original line of scrimmage and even further back. So the Braves had gone all the way back to the original line of scrimmage.
I think the Braves were a little bit confused about where the spot of the ball was going to be.
So it's a 15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul, which was about the 48-yard line. The Braves will get the ball at their own 33. A 30-yard run with the 15-yard penalty that happened before the end of the play. So that really hurts UNCP, but you could say it doesn't in that it gives them a little bit more time, more yardage to kill more time. Clock continues to run. 13:45 to go in the fourth quarter. Braves with a 10-point lead. Pistol formation for O'Brien. Two receivers to the right, one to the left. Rams showing blitz. They do bring pressure. Handoff and trying to bounce to the outside and dragged down. A big hit there as Rem was taken down by the jersey, it looked like. And he will go down for a loss of a couple. He's dragged down for a loss of 3, so 2nd and 13 coming up. As the clock will tick now under 13 minutes.
Although the way that Rem was thrown down to the turf there was kind of reminiscent of almost like a WWE move, just kind of taken by the shoulder pads and just body slammed down.
All right, 5 receivers now. Empty set field for O'Brien. 4-man rush. He steps up into the pocket, throws short over the middle, complete to Span. He tries to turn it upfield, breaks another tackle, and he is still on his feet across the 45 to about the 46 before he's finally pushed out of bounds. He's still on his feet. A little pushing and shoving going on between Span and the Rams DBs, who finally were able to convince him to go out of bounds, corral him out of bounds. And the whole Braves offense hustling to that spot where there looked like there might have been a little bit of an altercation ready to happen. But credit to the officials there for keeping that from getting ugly.
And while we're giving credit to the officials, how about the umpire on that play, ducking down out of the way of the pass? I feel like umpires a lot of times get some slack for getting in the way of plays, but an excellent job there by ducking out of the way of that one. Felt like we should give kudos to the officials for that one as well.
Another 5-wide set here as O'Brien is back in the shotgun. Rams showing blitz from the corner outside linebacker. They are uncontested on the run to O'Brien. Pass is incomplete. Late hits on both the wide receiver and the quarterback, but no flags on the play. It will bring up 2nd and 10. Clock will stop. 12:21 to go in the ball game.
Yeah, good rush by the outside linebacker, Xavier Gregory, the sophomore from Henderson, North Carolina, just coming through untouched. He was the one who got to O'Brien and forced that pass. And a good job by O'Brien to get rid of that ball quickly and just throw it away rather than taking the sack and the loss of yardage.
So now O'Brien will be joined in the backfield by a running back. 2 receivers on either side. The clock is stopped. The clock is running for some reason after the incomplete pass. That just favors the Braves, but we'll go with it. 2nd and 10. And another blitz. Throwing deep, looking for B.J. Bunn, and it's incomplete. Short, and it's at his toenails. He wasn't able to get to it. Boy, he was open, though. That was a great route there on the straight go route for B.J. Bunn. That's not what Winston-Salem State was expecting. They hadn't really gone to that at all night. He was free. If that ball had been just a little bit higher, we might be talking about a Braves touchdown right now.
Yeah, the Braves haven't really taken very many plays or shots down the field at all. In fact, the longest play of the game was Patrick O'Brien's rush earlier in this drive, a 28-yard scamper. But they're trying to catch everyone off guard. The pass just a little bit off target.
So 3rd and 10 from their own 47-yard line. 3 receivers to the right. Shotgun snap. O'Brien looking quickly to Bunn on the out route. First down on the left side. B.J. Bunn with the 12-yard catch when they needed 10. And it's out of bounds to the Rams' 40-yard line. Big play for the Braves as that moves the chains.
Yeah, great awareness once again shown by Bunn. He knew exactly how many steps he needed to take, made the hard cut, and O'Brien delivered the pass right on target. 8 catches now for B.J. Bunn in this game for closing in on about 95 yards.
Yeah, he's really getting close to the century mark there at the wide receiver spot. Winston-Salem State just hasn't had an answer for him defensively. Play clock running down here for O'Brien. It's down to 5. 11:36 to go in the ball game. Motion man is Span. They will hand it off up the middle, dancing forward and down to about the 40-yard line. Not much there for the Braves as they go to Staton there. 32 on the handoff. Brian Staton, the ball carrier there. He picks up about 1.5 yards. So Staton is wearing jersey number 23 right now. My eyes are not deceiving me when I thought I saw 23 earlier in this game. He's listed on the roster as 32, so just a little dyslexia somewhere in the process of getting the rosters to us.
Yeah, and at least that's what is getting credit in the stats, that it's Brian Staton. For all we know, it could be somebody else in that jersey who's just getting that credit.
He's pretending to be Brian Staton. Stepping up in the pocket through some pressure, and the pass is batted down, incomplete. And we'll bring up 3rd and long here for the Braves as O'Brien was in the shotgun. There was a little bit of a blitz, but it was picked up there by the running back.
Also good coverage down the field that time by the Rams. Being all over JoJo Span was Kalen Chavis, the defensive back, making a good job to get his left hand over cleanly and knock that pass away.
So 3rd and 8 from the Rams' 40-yard line. A first down here would be huge for the Braves, but even if they're not able to get it, they can pin the Rams back. The key is just not turning the ball over. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. They got somebody to jump. Was it on the Braves or on the Rams on the hard count? Officials will talk it over. Flag comes down, and the play is whistled dead.
The Braves seem to be the ones who are happier about the flags coming down, so perhaps that being an indication this one's going against the Rams.
There's certainly a Ram in the neutral zone. The question is whether he was drawn offsides by a false start by the Braves, and it looks like the Braves are backing up. It is a false start on the Braves. That will back them up 5 yards. It'll bring up a 3rd and 13 situation from the Rams' 45-yard line. So a tough break there on what is probably a 50-50 call, judging by the way the officials had to talk about it, but it goes against the Braves this time. And they'll have to trot out some extra wide receivers. They're in a definite passing situation here. 3rd and 12, 10:43 to go in the ball game. The Braves have a 17-7 lead over the number 20 Winston-Salem State Rams. Empty backfield, J.J. O'Brien in the shotgun. Rams will rush just 4. A quick throw over to the right side, complete. Breaking one tackle, breaking another one, still on his feet and falling down inside the 40 to about the 37-yard line.
Flag down on the far sideline at the line of scrimmage here. This one might be coming back.
Rick Mack was the receiver there and showing off the moves after the catch, but we'll have to see whether this play will stand. Even if there is a penalty, I'm not sure if Winston-Salem State doesn't decline it and just say take the 4th down.
I would have to imagine if it does end up being 4th and about 5, 4th and 4, that this would be 4-down territory. In this situation, you're up by 10 late in the game. Why not try and go for it and really try and nail the final nail into the coffin at this point in the game? But it is going to go against the Braves and back them up all the way to their own 45-yard line.
Yeah, the holding penalty on the line, that's what the Braves did not need. Just the 4-man rush against that O-line, but they're fatigued. They've been out there for a while now. They've been mostly pretty good. They've kept O'Brien on his feet for the most part, other than that one bad snap that nearly resulted in a safety. So instead, they take the penalty, and the Braves come out in a shotgun formation. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. 3rd and 22 now from their own 45-yard line, as the Rams are kind of showing pressure here. They bring the blitz. O'Brien steps up, has time, looks deep, going towards the back corner, and it's incomplete. It falls to the turf. Looking for B.J. Bunn on the go route along the far sideline, and that bounces harmlessly to the turf despite 2 Rams defenders right there.
Yeah, and Vernon Brandon that time had the coverage deep on B.J. Bunn. And, well, what we've seen in this game out of Patrick O'Brien, on the deep ball, the accuracy just isn't there the way it is on his shorter routes, and you kind of saw it there. He underthrew that one a little bit. A better pass, and I think Bunn is able to call that one down. But again, good coverage by Brandon, not to take anything away from what he did on that play defensively for the Rams.
On to punt is Ben Utter. He'll be punting from about his own 35-yard line. He uncorks another cannon. This will bounce inside the 20-yard line. It will stop dead at about the 13-yard line. Another great punt for the freshman Ben Utter. And there was absolutely no thought of a return there from the Rams. They flip field position once again. 10:01 to go in this ball game. Braves defense, time to step up and make some plays. They lead 17-7. We'll be right back. You're listening to UNCP Braves Football.
At the University of North Carolina at Pembroke, our student athletes find balance between their academic and athletic activities. With graduation,
The Rams came right back. We thought they would get a little bit of time there in between plays, but no. A quick throw on the rollout to the right, and it was complete to Rashawn Williams on the right sideline for a gain of about 7. So 2nd and 3 coming up for Winston-Salem State from their own 19-yard line. 9:30 to go in the ball game. Rolling left now is Tinsley. He's pressured. He needs to get rid of it. Throws it hard downfield, and it's going to fall incomplete right into the Rams bench. Good coverage there upfield by Tariq Holloway. And that will bring up 3rd down. Clock will stop. 9:26 to go. Rams still chasing 10 points. It's 17-7 UNCP.
For the Braves, another stop here. Once again, going a long way if they're able to come up with the stop on 3rd and 3 towards them being able to get the ball back and just run some time off the clock and tick down and hopefully try and seal this upset.
Power formation, a fullback and a running back on the field here for Winston-Salem State. Tyree Massey is on the field with Rod Tinsley under center, the only quarterback we've seen today for Winston-Salem State. He fakes to the left, steps up, and he is hit hard and dragged down. He did fall forward. I don't think he got enough for the 1st down.
Yeah, this is going to be close.
This is really close. It looks like the Rams are already bringing out the punt unit. No hesitation there from the coaches, and now they turn around and head right back off the field. Official signaling 1st down. Great elusiveness there by Rod Tinsley. He took a hit, but he was able to fall forward and stick the ball out. They only needed about 3 yards. He didn't have anywhere to throw, so he got the yards himself. A big 1st down for Winston-Salem State. 9:06 to play. Rams still trailing by 10 points. They have the ball 1st and 10, their own 22-yard line. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, and 2 running backs in the backfield. Dropping back to pass is Tinsley. They'll set up a screen, and it's dropped. The pass was behind Tyree Massey, and it falls harmlessly to the turf. Breaking that pass up there was Garrett Barnett, the linebacker for the Braves, first one to it, but really can't credit him with anything more than just kind of being there. That was just not a good throw.
Yeah, and a terrific play by Aris Brooks, the defensive end, coming in off the outside, getting his hand up right in the face of Tinsley and disrupting that pass as it came out.
Tinsley back under center once again. Another 2 running backs behind him, 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right with the clock stopped under 9 minutes. A 5-step drop, he steps up, and he is dragged down. The whole defensive line there for the Braves. It looked like Ed Hopper was the first one to him, and a big sack there brings up 3rd and long.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could pretty much pick anyone on the defensive line and credit them with a part of a sack on that one, dragging Tinsley down. Just a great job by the defensive line of UNCP, no matter who the personnel has been in this game, in getting down and getting to the quarterback. They've controlled the trenches when the Rams have had the football.
Empty backfield now for the Rams as they need 14 yards from their own 18, dropping back, and another sack. Number 50 on the edge rush, and a big sack there for the Braves. That's Albert McLean, the defensive lineman, came in on the substitution rotation. Back-to-back sacks for the Braves brings up 4th and very long, and the Rams tried out the punt unit. Wow, that's what fresh legs will do defensively. After the whole defensive line came in on the 2nd down sack, they brought out the entire defensive line, brought in 4 new guys, and one of those guys came in and got the sack on third down. Punting from near his own end zone is Johnson, a deep punt. Bunn will get to it from his own 40, and he has an opportunity to make a return. Tries to set up some blockers. He breaks a couple tackles, and he tumbles down a little awkwardly, short of the 50-yard line, but near midfield. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Braves from their own 47-yard line. Good field position here, 7:25 to go. They can really do some damage to this clock here. Joe, what do they have to do other than run the ball, or is it just run the ball?
Give it to Cliff Jones, give it to Rontonio Stanley, give it to Brian State, give it to whoever you want to. Keep the ball on the ground, keep the clock moving. Obviously, the objective is to pick up first down, so if you find yourself in a 3rd and long, you're going to have to pass. But for now, just keep it on the ground and be able to keep that clock moving with the ball in your possession and try to put some more points up on the scoreboard. No lead can really be comfortable until that final whistle is blown.
7:25 to go. Braves up by 10. 1st and 10 from their own 48. They set up a sweep and cutting back upfield across the 50 and finally taken down. That's number 88, Stedman Rush. And he's a little slow to get up. We'll check that. That was 89. Aaron Clay getting the touch there on the quick little handoff. 2nd down and 5 coming up here for the Braves as they are in Rams territory. Looks like the Braves will set up in a shotgun formation as the clock rolls. Under 7 minutes to go. Rontonio Stanley in the backfield. 1 receiver to the left, 2 to the right, in a pistol formation. Handoff, and there is nothing there. Dragged down hard is Stanley. That was a bull rush there by Winston-Salem State. A bunch of guys getting to him there. Absolutely nothing. No running lanes and a huge loss. Loss of 9 on the play on the delayed handoff. That was the wrong call against the right defense for Winston-Salem State. Sometimes there are just matchups that just don't work out in the offense's favor, and the best they can hope for is to maybe get back to line of scrimmage.
Sure, and now with this 3rd and long, it almost forces the Braves' hands to come out here. 4 wide receivers, passing formation. Got to try and pass the ball, pick up some yards.
Rams bring blitz. Forced out of the pocket, spinning and taken down is O'Brien. He goes down at the 35-yard line. In on that sack, a bunch of Rams players. Number 56, Xavier Gregory, appeared at the bottom of that pile. And it'll bring up 4th and infinity here for the Braves. Just a very long way to go, and a no-doubt punting situation. But the clock will continue to run.
Yeah, first career sack for Gregory this his sophomore season, but that is the right play there for O'Brien, rather than throwing it away and stopping the clock, to take the sack and allow the clock to keep moving and allow your punter, who's done an excellent job today, to continue to do that.
Now remember, both teams with just 2 timeouts. The Rams will be getting the ball back here. Another long punt here from Utter. He was punting from near his own 30. It's going to bounce at the 20-yard line and be fielded by a Braves player at about the 16. Getting upfield and making that catch was Dylan Davis, coming in on special teams. 5:12 to go in this ballgame. We will take a very quick break and come back with the exciting conclusion. Braves leading 17-7.
Are you looking for a career that is both rewarding and has growth potential? Have you considered accounting? The Bureau of Labor Statistics estimates that employment opportunities for accountants will increase by 22% over the next 10 years. For general information about becoming an accountant, visit www.startheregoplaces.com and then call 910-521-6214 to learn more about the accounting program at the University of North Carolina at Pembroke.
2015, the UNCP Braves looking to score an upset at home. Man in motion for the Rams as they have an empty backfield. They set up a screen to number 4, and he breaks upfield. That's Rashawn Williams. He gets about 5 yards there. Maybe a little bit more. They might give him 7 as he had some forward progress as he was finally stopped. 2nd down and short coming up. Under 5 minutes to play as the Rams really need to go here. Empty backfield. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. And here's the snap. Tinsley drops back, has time, looking deep, over the middle, and that is going to be incomplete. And no flag on the play. They're looking for Marcel Caver Jr., and both safeties converging on that one. Kendall Jacobs, the closest one on the coverage there. And that will bring up 3rd and 2 for the Rams. This is a must convert on either third or fourth down. They can't risk giving the ball back to UNCP down by multiple scores with less than 4 minutes or 5 minutes on the game clock. Here we go. Another empty backfield. Tinsley in the shotgun. And now he will look to the sideline. Still 12 on the play clock. 4:40 on the game clock. As his receivers, it looks like the Braves will not bring pressure. They rush just 4. Stepping up into the pocket, he has time, looks over the middle. Diving catch complete to about the 45-yard line. A great effort there by Williams Belcher, and he makes the catch. That stops the clock with 4:33 to go in the fourth quarter. Rams still trailing 17-7. 1st and 10 as will actually put the line of scrimmage at the 43 as Belcher had tumbled and rolled to about the 45. Another empty backfield. It's a designed quarterback draw. Tinsley breaks the first tackle, and then he was taken down by the linebacker Barnett. The redshirt freshman has been all over the place defensively for the Rams. Gain of about 5. Clock keeps running, and that's bad news for the Rams. Remember, both teams burned a timeout in the first 2 minutes of the half, meaning they each have 2 left throughout the home stretch. That's not really a concern here for the Braves, but for the Rams, if they score on this drive, that becomes a huge, huge disadvantage. Still in an empty back set. Motion man from right to left is Caver, so 3 receivers to the left, setting up a screen. It's complete, spin move, and dropped near midfield. That's Rashawn Williams on the catch. They tried to get an extra blocker for him in the form of Caver. It didn't really make much of a difference. Gain of about 3. It'll be 3rd and about 3 from midfield for the Rams. 3:35 to go in the ball game.
And Tinsley took a big shot right after he let go of that ball as well.
So here we go. Low snap. Tinsley gets to it. He's pressured. He's flushed out. Rolling to the right. Gets it off. And it is incomplete. Over the head of the intended receiver. And there to put the hit on the receiver is Matt Thomas Quick, the defensive back for the Braves. They were looking for number 86. That's Anthony Rook, the tight end. And now 4th and 3 from midfield. 3:20 to go in this ball game. This might be it here, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, you hate to say, especially with over 3 minutes left, that this is the play of the game, but it certainly feels that way for Winston-Salem State, just the way things have gone since the opening drive of the first quarter.
Dropping back to pass, complete for a first down and getting out of bounds. And a little bit of a late hit there. No flag. And it is enough for the first down. They found Brandon Ojakutu. First time we've called his name today. The senior, 6'3", 215 pounds, transfer from Ohio State University, makes his first catch in a Winston-Salem State Rams uniform. So he gets the first down in a big moment. They've been rotating receivers in and out like crazy here on this drive. They pretty much exclusively played in an empty back set, and they'll do so again. 3 receivers to the right, shotgun snap. Tinsley drops back to pass. He's looking short over the middle, complete, and laid out is number 11, Caver. He's dropped for a gain of about 3. Clock continues to roll. 2:50 to go in this ball game. If the Rams score here, they will pretty much need to onside kick to keep this game alive. Braves able to get a couple defensive substitutions on the field. Rams working quickly. Game clock down to 2:38. Tinsley drops back. He's pressured, steps up, complete, and it looks like that might be enough for a first down. It was caught by Caver as he dove to the turf at about the 34-yard line. It is a first down that will briefly stop the clock as the Rams hustle back up to the line.
And those last 2 catches for Caver are his first 2 catches in this second half after he had 6 catches in the first half of this game.
5 wide receivers once again, dropping back to pass. He's pressured and dragged down, sacked on the play. A huge one, and the Braves are fired up right now. Mike Keck makes the tackle. He takes his helmet off and heads straight to the sideline. He's earned a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, Aris Brooks got the initial hit. Keck cleaned him up. Good team tackling all around, and a timeout taken by Winston-Salem State with 2:15 left to play.
Timeout on the field. We'll keep it right here and just talk about the action on the field because it has been fast, it has been hard hitting, it has been exciting, and really haven't had a chance to catch our breath much, and the players on the field out there catching their breath. We'll reset the action for you right now. 2:15 on the game clock. The Rams are facing 2nd and 17 from the Braves' 39-yard line. They trail 17-7. Winston-Salem State scored the first touchdown in this game on the opening drive, and since then, the story of the game, code black, the UNCP defense.
It certainly has been an excellent game for the defense. Just look at some of the numbers and contrast them with the way that last year's team performed, at least on an average way. 244 yards of total offense for the Rams in this game. Last year, the Braves gave up about 333 yards of total offense per game. Only 195 yards through the air as well.
So now the Rams switch it up. They bring in a running back and a fullback, 2nd and 17. They're down to just one timeout with 2:15 on the game clock. Rolling to his left is Tinsley. He has time. The throw is short. I'm not sure that was complete. It hit the turf first. They were looking for Rashad Williams, and he couldn't get to it in time. 3rd and 17 coming up from the Braves' 39-yard line. 2:10 on the game clock. This game is far from over if the Rams can figure out a way to keep the chains moving. But the sense of urgency, I feel like, Joe, just hasn't really been there on this drive yet.
Not yet, although it's going to have to start showing up soon, although with one timeout left, especially now.
Dropping back to pass, he's pressured, and he is dragged down. He tried to get rid of it late, and it's intentional grounding. The flag comes out. He was not outside of the tackle box. 2 Braves were right there, including number 56. That's Eris Brooks once again on the rush. He had the quarterback in his grasp. The quarterback tried to throw the ball with no receiver in the area. He was clearly just trying to get rid of it to avoid the sack. You can't do that.
No, you certainly can't. You got to get it back to the line of scrimmage, and that one fell about 7 yards shy of the line of scrimmage. No eligible receivers within 10 yards. Pretty much the entire checklist for intentional grounding, they hit on that one.
So the penalty goes against Winston-Salem State. It's a loss of down plus the penalty yardage. So we'll bring up 4th and very long. And if we talked about one play being for the game earlier, it definitely is now. 2:04 on the game clock. 4th and very long coming up for Winston-Salem State. They're down by 10 points. Ball on the Braves' 48-yard line. They come out with 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, and 2 running backs. 4th and 26. Dropping back to pass is Tinsley. He has to step up, throws deep to the left side, has a man incomplete, and no flag on the play. The Braves leaping for the interception. It looked like Mike Lawrence was there trying to make the interception, although I don't know why. He could have just tried to bat it down. As it is, the pass lands on the turf, incomplete. Braves will take over. Under 2 minutes to play. They have the ball and a 10-point lead.
And only one timeout for Winston-Salem. This one is not officially over, but all it'll take is 1 first down and a good upset on opening night for the Braves.
And the Braves defense coming onto the sideline, and they are waving their arms, trying to get the fans onto their feet. Many fans still in the grandstand here as we're watching some fans in red shirts on the opposite sideline starting to make their way towards the exits. Power formation here for the Braves is O'Brien, hands off, right tackle, and some space for Jacobs. He gets down on the run for right tackle, gets about 8 yards and stays inbounds. All important things. The clock keeps running. 1:45 to go. And I don't think the Rams are stopping the clock yet. They're not using that final timeout. 2nd and 3 coming up from the Rams' 45-yard line. Like you said, Joe, 1 timeout, or 1 first down, and the Rams can't stop the clock enough to keep the Braves from doing anything but kneeling. Any first down here wins the game. They have 2 chances to get those 3 yards. Another power formation. 2 fullbacks to the left of O'Brien and a tailback directly behind him. Just 1 wide receiver in the formation. A couple tight ends as well. O'Brien gives off. Running back is Jacobs. He surges forward. That looks like he might have had enough for a first down. It's going to be pretty close. He leapt past an initial defender. And I think that's the first down. The official gives the signal. 1:05 left, and I think the signal comes in from the coach's booth next to us for the victory formation.
Yeah, certainly the high fives and the pats on the back being exchanged just over to our left as the Braves get set to enter the victory formation here and put an ice on the 2nd ever win in team history over the Winston-Salem Rams and their 2nd in a row here at Lumbee Guarantee Bank Field.
Handoff goes up the middle and taken down for a gain of about 2 or 3. The running back there, Martin Munn, and he falls down about the 40-yard line. And now, with the play clock showing a larger number than the game clock, the Braves don't have to run another play, and they know it. They could have taken a knee on that play. They run a slight risk of a fumble there, but you pick up an extra 2 yards. You're playing the game the right way. I don't think I have any problem with it. 10 seconds left. The Braves not trying to run another play. Everybody jumping up and down on the sidelines. And a look of stunned silence on the faces of the Winston-Salem State Rams coaches, players, and fans as this one has gone final. 17-7. The UNCP Braves upset the Winston-Salem State Rams in Week 1. Players coming out to midfield to shake hands. A hard-fought game. Sometimes it felt like it was getting a little bit more contentious than was necessary. The refs certainly let a lot of things go at times. But, Joe, all in all, a pretty clean game. 1 turnover from each team. And take away the first 5 minutes. And if you weren't looking at the scoreboard after those first 5 minutes and you watched the remaining 55 minutes, you would say UNCP was the better football team today.
And they certainly played like it as well. They gave up the 75-yard drive to begin the game to Winston-Salem State. And then after that, they completely dominated on really all 3 facets of the game, offensively, defensively, and in special teams as well.
A huge win for the Braves. They opened the season with a win. Remember, last year they went just 2-8 after a season where they picked up 9 wins. Just a really good start to the season. Still a long way to go in this game, or in this season, rather, for the Braves as they play an independent schedule. They have some more tough opponents on the docket later this year, including a big road game at North Alabama. But this is the kind of statement win they needed to show why they were receiving votes in the preseason poll.
And certainly looking ahead at this schedule, they've got Fayetteville State next week, who also received votes in the preseason poll. Same with Tuskegee coming up in a couple of weeks as well. And then, of course, going up against number 15, North Alabama, later on this year. It's not an easy schedule for the Braves this year. Of course, starting off against the number 20 team in the country and coming away with a 10-point victory here tonight is a pretty good way to get the season going. They've tried to get that spirit back, and it certainly was present here tonight.
So the Braves will go celebrate with the marching band, and it is well-deserved. A 17-7 win for UNCP. They improved to 1-0 on the season. Winston-Salem with the loss. They dropped to 0-1. Braves will be back in action next Saturday on the road at Fayetteville State. Joe Vasile will be on the road with the team on the broadcast. And before we send this one off, let's take a quick look at the final stats. And you're immediately circling one thing. What jumps out to you, Joe?
Well, it's got to be the play of B.J. Bunn, the wide receiver today. 8 catches, 94 yards, a touchdown, and that touchdown was the first one. It tied up the game, and it set the tone on offense for the Braves to come back and win this game today. And really, I got to select him for my player of the game.
Yeah, he was matched by Caver on the other side in terms of having the 8 receptions for 90 or more yards, but the receiving touchdown for B.J. Bunn. The quarterback battle definitely won by Patrick O'Brien. 21 for 32, 200 yards, the 1 touchdown. He was sacked just twice. How about this? On the other side, Rod Tinsley, 23 for 35, 1 interception, 195 yards, a TD, and he was sacked 7 times. 7 sacks by the UNCP defense, and really nobody jumps out from you. Kendall Jacobs had half a sack. Carlos Manning had half a sack, and so many other guys who were in there making plays. Nobody with double-digit tackles. It was a total team effort by Code Black to allow just 7 points and 0 in the final 55 minutes of the game.
Yeah, it was, like you said, a team effort, not only on the defense, on the offense, just all around, and a good team victory for the Braves tonight. Now, you can start looking ahead at the Two Rivers rivalry next week up in Fayetteville.
All right, that will do it for us at Grace P. Johnson Stadium. The final score here tonight, UNCP 17, Winston-Salem State 7. For my broadcast partner, Joe Vasile, and our entire crew at UNCP Braves Productions, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you so much for listening, and have a good night.